Hello everyone, and welcome to Pillow Tales Studio channel. Today, we're diving into a series of gripping tales inspired by some of the world's most enduring mysteries, from ancient artifacts like the Crimson Tablet of Mohenjo-Daro to cosmic riddles like the Wow signal. These stories blend history, adventure, and a touch of the unknown, pulling you into lost civilizations, cryptic codes, and unexplained phenomena. I've crafted each one to keep you on edge, imagining what might lurk behind the shadows of the past and beyond the stars. So, grab a seat and let's unravel the secrets together. Story 1. The Mary Celeste. The Atlantic stretched endless and grey under a sky smeared with storm clouds, the kind that swallowed light and spit out unease. Elias Carver stood at the helm of the Hussey Wraith, a weathered salvage schooner, peering through salt-crusted binoculars. It was December 4, 1872, and the ocean off the Azores felt wrong, too still, too quiet. He'd been chasing wrecks for 15 years, a grizzled American ex-whaler turned scavenger, but something about this sighting prickled his scarred neck. A brigantine loomed ahead, sails limp, drifting like a ghost on the waves. "Mary Celeste," he muttered, reading the name painted in faded black across her hull. The ship was intact, no cannon holes or storm damage, yet she rolled with a lifeless sway. Elias lowered the glass, his weathered face creasing. No smoke, no signals. "What's your story, lady?" Beside him, Finn O'Malley, his lanky Irish first mate, spat tobacco juice over the rail. "Looks abandoned, Cap. Easy pickings, rum and whiskey in her hold, I reckon." Finn's green eyes glinted with greed, but Elias caught the flicker of nerves beneath his bravado. "Don't count your coins yet," Elias said, steering the Sea Wraith closer. A ship don't just empty itself. He'd heard tales of the Atlantic's hunger vessels vanishing into the fog, crews plucked by unseen hands. Superstition, sure, but out here, the line between fact and fable blurred. They dropped anchor 50 yards off the Celestar and rowed over in a creaking dinghy, the oars slapping water thick with silence. Elias boarded first, his boots thudding on the deck. The ship groaned under his weight, a low moan that echoed in the rigging. Barrels of alcohol industrial grade, bound for Genoa, stood lashed tight in the hold. The galley held half-eaten oatmeal, still warm, and a child's doll lay abandoned near the captain's bunk. Charts sprawled across the table, a sextant gleaming beside them, but no log entries past November 25. 10 days gone, and not a soul. Finn poked his head up from the hatch, pale as sea foam. "Lifeboat's missing, Cap. No blood, no fight, just gone." Elias frowned, running a hand through his grey-streaked beard. "Crew of 10 don't vanish into thin air. Pirates would have taken the cargo. Mutiny leaves a mess." He stepped into the captain's cabin, where a faint scent lingered. Brine, yes, but something sharper, like burnt ozone. His gaze snagged on a leather-bound book wedged under the bunk. He pried it loose, its cover embossed with a faint spiral, edges singed as if kissed by flame. Inside, no ship's log, just pages of tight, frantic script in a language he couldn't place. Symbols curled like waves into jagged peaks, interspersed with sketches, a towering whirlpool, a sky split by lightning, eyes staring from the water. The last page bore a single line in English: "The veil thins where the sea bends." Elias's gut twisted. He'd sailed these waters enough to know the Atlantic had its moods, but this felt deliberate. A thud rocked the deck. Finn yelped, scrambling up from below. "Something's moving down there, Cap. I swear it knocked a barrel right over." His voice cracked, and Elias drew his revolver, a rusty Colt from his whaling days. The air grew heavy, pressing on his chest like wet canvas. "Stay sharp," he growled, descending the ladder. The hold smelled of rum and rot, shadows pooling where lanterns barely reached. A barrel lay cracked open, its contents seeping into the planks, but no one was there. Then he saw it a shimmer, like heat rising off summer asphalt, rippling near the bulkhead. He blinked, and it was gone. Back on deck, Finn clutched a rosary, muttering prayers. "We're not alone, Elias. This ship's cursed, mark my words. Stow it," Elias snapped, though his own pulse hammered. He flipped through the book again, pausing on a drawing of a compass with no needle, its rim etched with those same strange symbols. This ain't no curse. It's a clue. He'd heard of the Dei Gratia, a British ship due to report this find soon, but he wasn't ready to hand over the Celeste, not until he understood what he'd stumbled into. Night fell fast, the sky bruising purple. They tethered the Celeste to the sea wraith and set watch, but sleep wouldn't come. Elias sat by the lantern, the book open, when the wind kicked up a keening wail that rattled the masts. Finn bolted upright. "You hear that? Voices!" Elias strained his ears. Beneath the wind, a murmur rose low, overlapping, like a crowd underwater. He grabbed the binoculars and scanned the horizon. Nothing but waves, until a flicker caught his eye. A shape breached the surface, too big for a whale, too fluid for a ship. It vanished, leaving a wake that glowed faint green. "Cap, we need to cut her loose," Finn pleaded, but Elias shook his head. "Not yet. Whatever took that crew, it's still here, and I want answers." He turned back to the book, tracing the spiral on the cover. The air crackled, and the lantern flared, casting shadows that stretched too long, too thin. Footsteps echoed below, slow, deliberate, climbing. Before he could shout, a figure emerged from the hatch. Not Finn, not a sailor, a woman, pale as bone, her hair dripping seaweed. Her eyes were black pits, and her voice rasped like surf on gravel. "You hold the key, salvager. Return it or join them." She pointed to the sea, where shapes bobbed just beneath the waves, human forms, swaying, watching. Elias's coat trembled in his hand. "Who are you? What happened here?" She smiled, lips splitting to reveal teeth, like broken shells. The sea bends, and the veil thins. They sorted power beyond the stars. Now it seeks you. She stepped closer, water pooling at her feet, and the deck shuddered, as if straining to break free. Finn screamed from the Hassie wraith, the tether line snapping taut. Elias fired, the shot ringing hollow, but the woman dissolved into mist, her laugh lingering. The book pulsed warm in his grip, the spiral glowing faintly. He stumbled to the rail, peering into the dark. The water churned, and a sound rose, not wind, not waves, but a deep, resonant hum, vibrating through the planks. The Celeste lurched, dragging the Hassi-wraith sideways. Finn clung to the wheel, shouting, "Cut it, Cap! She's pulling us under." But Elias couldn't move, rooted by the hum, the glow, the eyes in the sea. The book's pages fluttered open, revealing a new sketch, his own face, staring back, framed by that endless spiral. The deck of the Mary Celeste tilted hard to starboard, the groan of straining timber echoing like a dying beast. Elias Carver's boots slid on the slick planks as he gripped the rail. The glowing book clutched tight against his chest. The spiral on its cover pulsed hotter now, searing through his shirt. But he couldn't let go, not with those eyes staring up from the black water, not with Finn's screams cutting through the night. The sea wraith bucked against the tether, her hull creaking as the Celeste dragged her toward some unseen abyss. "Cut the damn line," Finn hollered again, his voice raw with panic. He wrestled the wheel, his rosary swinging wild around his neck. "She's alive, Cap. This ship's a devil." Elias's coat hung heavy in his other hand, the barrel still warm from the shot that did nothing to the seaweed-haired woman. Her words clawed at his mind. The veil thins where the sea bends. He'd sailed enough storms to know the Atlantic wasn't just water. It was a graveyard, a trickster, a keeper of secrets. But this was something older, something that smelled of brimstone and starlight. "Hold steady," Elias roared back, stumbling toward the tether. The rope was taut as iron, vibrating with that deep hum rising from the depths. He drew his knife, a whaler's blade, notched from harpoon fights, and hacked at the line. Each cut sent a jolt up his arm, like the Celeste was fighting back. The sea churned harder, waves slapping the hull with wet, angry hands. Shapes darted beneath the surface, too many, too fast, circling like sharks scenting blood. The ropes snapped with a crack like thunder, and the SSE Wraith lurched free, swinging wide. Elias spun to the Celeste helm, but the wheel spun on its own, slick with salt water that hadn't been there before. The hum grew louder, a rhythm now, pounding in his skull. He flipped the book open, its pages glowing brighter, the sketch of his face staring back with eyes too real, too alive. Below it, new ink bled onto the paper, words in English: seek the bend, or break with it, Cap. Finn's shout snapped him out of it. The sea wraith was drifting back, Finn waving frantic from the deck. She's coming for us again. Elias glanced at the sea. The glowing wake stretched wider now, a sickly green ribbon coiling toward them. The Celeste shuddered, her sails snapping taut despite the dead wind. He made a call, crazy maybe, but he'd never been one to run from a fight. Finn, get below. We're ridden this out. Finn's jaw dropped. You're cracked, Elias. We're dead men. Trust me, Elias yelled, shoving the book into his coat and bolting for the hatch. Finn muttered a curse but followed, his boots pounding the ladder as the Celeste rocked harder. Below, the hold was a mess, barrels rolling, rum pooling in the bilge, but that shimmer was back, rippling near the bulkhead. Elias squinted, his breath fogging in the sudden chill. The air tasted sharp, electric, like a storm trapped in a bottle. Cap, look, Finn pointed. The shimmer solidified into a crack, a jagged split in the wood, leaking that green glow. It pulsed like a heartbeat, and the hum sharpened into a voice, low and guttural, chanting in that unknown tongue from the book. Elias's skin crawled, but he stepped closer, knife raised. Whatever you are, you don't scare me, he growled, slashing at the crack. The blade struck, and the world exploded. Light blinded him. Sound deafened him, a roar, like the sea itself screaming. He hit the deck hard, Finn sprawling beside him, as the Celeste pitched violently. When his vision cleared, the crack was gone, but the hold had changed. The walls shimmered with carving spirals, waves, eyes etched deep into the wood. At the center stood a pedestal, rough-hewn stone, holding a glass orb the size of a cannonball. Inside it swirled a miniature sea, green and alive, with tiny shapes swimming in its depths. Finn scrambled back, crossing himself. Mother of God, what is that? Elias crawled forward, the book slipping from his coat. It fell open to a new page, a drawing of the orb, captioned, "The Ben's Heart." His hands shook as he reached for it. The glass was cold, buzzing under his fingers, and the hum softened, almost pleading. "This is it," he whispered. "What they were after." "Who?" Finn rasped, clutching his rosary. "The crew. Someone on this ship, they found it. Opened something they couldn't close." Elias lifted the orb, its weight pulling at his arms. The tiny sea inside churned faster, the shapes resolving into faces, human faces, mouths open in silent screams. He recognized one, Captain Briggs, the Celeste Master, listed in every port record from New York to Gibraltar. A crash topside jolted them. The seaweed woman was back, her voice seeping through the planks. "You cannot hold it, salvager. It belongs to the deep." The deck groaned, splintering as water surged through the cracks, unnatural water, glowing and thick, coiling like tendrils. Elias tucked the orb under his arm, dragging Finn toward the ladder. "We're getting out to here." They burst onto the deck, the sea wraith still tethered by a miracle of frayed rope. The woman stood at the bow, her form flickering, sometimes flesh, sometimes mist, her black eyes locked on the orb. Behind her, the sea boiled, a whirlpool spinning up from nowhere, its center a void of green light. "Give it back," she hissed, her hand outstretched. The Celestor lurched toward the vortex, timbers snapping. Elias fired his Colt again, emptying the chamber, but the bullets passed through her, pinging off the mast. Finn hurled a lantern it shattered at her feet, flames licking uselessly at the wet deck. "No dice," Elias shouted, shoving Finn toward the rail. "Jump for the Wraith!" They leapt, the rope burning their hands as they slid across. The Celeste spun faster, the woman's laugh rising over the roar of the whirlpool. Elias hit the Fissy Wraith's deck, rolling with the orb, Finn crashing beside him. He scrambled to the wheel, cutting the last tether as the Celeste vanished into the vortex. Swallowed whole, the sea went still. The hum faded, the glow snuffed out. Elias clutched the orb, panting, as Finn stared wide-eyed at the empty horizon. "We're alive," Finn croaked. "How?" Elias didn't answer. He set the orb down, its tiny sea now calm. The face is gone. The book lay open beside it, a final page freshly inked. The bend is sealed, but the veil remains. Seek the next, or it seeks you. He looked up, the sky clearing to reveal a scattering of stars Orion's belt, bright and mocking. Finn slumped against the rail. "What now, Cap? That thing's trouble, we should chuck it overboard." "No," Elias said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "This ain't over. Whatever took the Celeste, pirates, gods, or something worse, it's still out there. This orb's a key, and I reckon there's more locks to find." He grinned, a wild glint in his eye. "We're salvagers, Finn. Let's hunt the bastards down." The Sea Wraith sailed on, the Atlantic whispering beneath her keel. The orb sat silent, but Elias felt its pulse, faint and waiting. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the veil thinned again, and he'd be damned if he wasn't ready when it broke. Story 2. The Salish Sea Feet. Rain lashed the windshield of Callie Drake's beat-up Tacoma as she wound along the coastal highway, the Salish Sea churning black and restless to her left. It was late February 2025, and the Pacific Northwest was doing its moody thing, gray skies, wet air, and a chill that seeped into your bones. Callie, a 32-year-old freelance journalist with a knack for sniffing out the weird, had been chasing stories like this for years, the kind that made people whisper over coffee or scroll. X late at night, the Salish Sea Feet were her latest obsession, 20-plus human feet, sneaker-clad and severed, washing up on beaches from British Columbia down to Washington since that first grim find in '07. No bodies, no explanations that stuck, just feet. And now, a new one had hit Gonzales Beach near Victoria, barely a month ago. She flicked on the radio, static crackling before a gravelly voice cut through. "Another foot, folks. That's number 22, if you're counting. Cops say no foul play, but you tell me how's that normal?" Callie smirked. The locals were split. Half thought it was science decomposition, buoyant shoes, while the other half spun yarns about sea monsters, serial killers, or ghosts of the 2004 tsunami. She didn't buy the tidy coroner's line, not after digging through old coast Salish legends about the sea claiming souls. Something about this felt bigger, darker. Her phone buzzed on the passenger seat. Jasper, her old college buddy turned marine biologist. She hit speaker. "You there yet, Cal?" His voice was tight, like he'd been up all night. "Almost. Port Renfrew's 10 minutes out." "You sound like hell, what's up?" "Got a tip from a fisherman I know. Says he saw something weird off Botanical Beach last night. Not just a foot, something moving in the water. Glowing," he said. "I'm headed up from Seattle now." Callie's grip tightened on the wheel. "Glowing? Like bioluminescence?" "Nah, he knows plankton glow." This was different, bigger, deliberate. Said it spooked his dog bad enough to jump ship. "Look, just be careful, okay? This foot thing's escalating." She hung up, her mind racing. The latest foot found January 19, 2025. In a soggy hiking boot wasn't even identified yet, but the rumor mill was churning. Ex-posts claimed it belonged to a hiker missing since last fall. Others swore it tied to a cult dumping bodies offshore. Callie had her own theory. The Salish Sea wasn't just spitting out random remains. It was sending a message. Port Renfrew greeted her with drizzle and the briny tang of kelp. She parked near Botanical Beach, a rugged stretch of tide pools and basalt cliffs where 2 feet had washed up years back. The tide was low, exposing slick rocks and seaweed tangles. She tugged on her rain boots, grabbed her recorder, and started down the trail, the wind howling through stunted pines. Her plan was simple: poke around, talk to locals, maybe snag a photo of the spot Jasper's fisherman flagged. But as she hit the shoreline, the air shifted thicker, electric, like a storm was brewing under the surface. She spotted him near a tide pool, hunched over something, a wiry guy in a faded flannel, his beard streaked with gray. He straightened as she approached, eyeing her like she'd washed up herself. "You the reporter," he called over the surf. "Callie Drake. You're Hank, right? Jasper's friend?" He nodded, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Saw your truck. Figured you'd show." He jerked his thumb toward the water. "Out there, last night. Damn near pissed myself." She followed his gaze. The sea was a slate-gray churn, waves smashing against jagged rocks. "What you see?" Hard to say. Big 20 feet maybe. Moved like it knew where it was going. Had this glow, faint but steady, like a lantern underwater. My mutt, Rusty, went nuts, leaped overboard before I could grab him. Found him this morning, shivering on the beach, stinking like something dead. Callie's recorder hummed. "You think it's tied to the feet?" Hank snorted. "Feet don't glow, lady. But yeah, something's off. Been fishing these waters 30 years, never seen nothing like it till now." She scribbled notes, her pulse quickening. The BC Coroner's Service kept insisting no foul play feet detaching naturally from drowned bodies, sneakers floating them ashore, but glowing shapes, dogs freaking out, that wasn't in the playbook. She thanked Hank and trekked along the beach, scanning for clues. That's when she saw it. A sneaker, half buried in kelp, its white Nike swoosh dulled by salt. Her breath caught. She crouched, gloved hands prying it free. Inside, a sock. Inside the sock, bone human no doubt, the ankle jagged like it had been torn, not cut. "Jesus," she whispered, snapping photos. She bagged it in a Ziploc from her pack, her mind spinning. Number 23, the coroner's office hadn't reported this one. She glanced seaward, half expecting that glow Hank described. Nothing but waves until a shadow flickered beneath them, too big, too fast. She stumbled back, heart hammering. By dusk, Jasper rolled in, his jeep rattling to a stop beside her truck. He hopped out, lanky frame bundled in a parka, his dark eyes scanning the beach. "You okay?" "You look like you saw a ghost." "Found a foot," she said, holding up the bag. "Fresh too. And Hank's story, something's out there, Jas." He took the bag, peering at the bone through plastic. No way this just washed up today. Tides don't move that fast. He squinted at the sea. That glow he saw. I've been running models on currents, salinity shifts. Something stirring up the deep water, could be seismic, could be biological, but it's not normal. "Normal's off the table," Callie said. "You ever hear the Coast Salish tales? My grandpa used to talk about a spirit Kuti, the sea watcher. Said it guarded the waters, took offerings from the living. What if it's pissed?" Jasper arched a brow. "You're going mythic on me. I'm thinking more like an undiscovered species squid maybe, or a deep sea vent leaking gas. Glow fits bioluminescence." "Explain the feet then," he faltered. "Okay, fair. Decomposition's one thing, but this many, this fast, beats me." Night fell heavy, the beach swallowed by fog. They camped in Callie's truck, the sneaker bagged and stashed in the cooler. Sleep dodged her. Every creak of the wind sounded like footsteps. Around 2 a.m., Jasper jolted awake. "You hear that?" She did a low hum, pulsing through the chassis, like the sea itself was breathing. They scrambled out, flashlights slicing the mist. The water glowed, not the faint shimmer of plankton, but a deep, throbbing green, radiating from a point 50 yards offshore. Shapes moved within it, long and sinuous, too many to count. Callie's recorder whirred, her voice shaky. February 26, 2025, 2:03 a.m. Something's in the Salish Sea. Not human, not natural. A splash cut her off. From the glow, a form breached, tall, humanoid, its limbs draped in kelp, eyes like twin moons. It didn't swim. It stood on the waves, staring. Jasper swore, dropping his light. Callie froze, the air thick with salt and dread. Then came the voice, not sound, but a pressure in her skull. Return what you took. The foot. She clutched the bag, her mind reeling. Was this Quetty? A hallucination? The hum grew deafening, the glow flaring, and more shapes rose, dozens, hundreds, their outlines blurring into the mist. The sea boiled, waves surging toward shore, and Callie knew they'd crossed a line. The sea roared, a guttural bellow that shook the pebbles beneath Callie's boots. The glowing figure loomed closer, its kelp-draped form cutting through the fog like a blade, those moonlit eyes boring into her soul. The hum in her skull sharpened into a command, return what you took, and her hands trembled around the Ziploc bag, the severed foot inside suddenly heavy as stone. Jasper grabbed her arm, his breath fogging fast in the frigid air. Cal, we gotta move. Now. But she couldn't. The sea held her, its pull magnetic, primal. The waves surged higher, clawing at the shore, and the shapes in the glow multiplied silhouettes of arms, legs, torsos, twisting together like a nightmare woven from the deep. It's not just about the foot, she whispered, her voice swallowed by the wind. It's all of them, the missing. Jasper yanked her back, his flashlight beam jittering across the tide pools. You're not making sense. That thing's gonna kill us, let's go. He dragged her toward the truck, but the ground quaked, splitting the sand with a wet crack. Water gushed up, glowing green, pooling around their ankles. The figure stepped onto the beach, its feet leaving no prints, its presence bending the air like heat off asphalt. Callie's recorder slipped from her grip, splashing into the tide. She lunged for it, but Jasper hauled her upright. Forget it. Run. The hum spiked, a scream in her mind now. Return. And she stumbled, the bag slipping free. It hit the sand, and the figure froze, its head tilting as if listening. The waves stilled, the glow dimming just enough to reveal its face, not flesh, but a lattice of bone and coral, woven with seaweed veins. Quetty, she thought, or something older. Jasper, wait, Callie shouted, wrenching free. She scooped up the bag, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm. It wants this back, maybe it'll stop. She held it out, arms shaking, the sneaker dangling like an offering. The figure's eyes flared, and the hum softened, a sigh rippling through the fog. It reached forward, skeletal fingers curling around the bag, and the moment it touched, the world tilted. A flood of images slammed into her faces, dozens of them, flickering like a broken reel. A hiker slipping off a cliff, a fisherman swept overboard, a kayaker capsized in a storm. Their screams echoed, then silenced as the sea claimed them, their bodies sinking, feet torn free by currents or something else. The glow wasn't just light, it was memory, rage, a ledger of the lost. Callie gasped, dropping to her knees, the vision fading as the figure clutched the foot to its chest. Jasper pulled her up, his voice ragged. What the hell was that? They're not accidents, she rasped, wiping salt from her eyes. The feet, it's keeping them, guarding them. She staggered toward the truck, the figure watching, its glow pulsing slower now, almost mournful. The shapes in the water sank back, the sea settling into an uneasy calm. They climbed inside, Callie slamming the door as Jasper gunned the engine. The truck lurched up the trail, tires spinning in mud, the fog swallowing Botanical Beach behind them. Miles down the highway, rain drumming the roof. Callie finally spoke. It's not a monster. It's, I don't know, a warden. The Salish sees alive, Jas. Those feet, they're markers, warnings. He gripped the wheel, knuckles white. Warnings for what? For us. We take too much fish, lives, secrets. It's pissed, and it's waking up. She glanced at the cooler, empty now, her recorder lost to the tide. That glow, the hum, it's been here forever. Coast Salish knew it. We forgot. Jasper shook his head, a shaky laugh escaping. You're saying the ocean's got a grudge? I'd buy a squid before a spirit. Call it what you want, she said, staring out at the dark. But you saw it, felt it. 22 feet, and we just gave back 23. How many more before it's done? They drove in silence, the hum lingering in her ears, like a ghost of itself. Back in Port Renfrew, Callie crashed at a dingy motel, her notebook open to a blank page. She couldn't write yet, her hands wouldn't stop shaking, but the story was there, burning. Jasper stayed up, poring over tide charts on his phone, muttering about seismic anomalies. Neither slept. Dawn broke grey and wet, the radio crackling with news. Another foot, this one on Souk Beach, 20 miles south. Number 24, found at first light, a running shoe still laced tight. Callie's stomach dropped. She'd returned one, but the sea wasn't finished. Her phone buzzed Hank, his voice clipped. Saw it again last night. Off the point. Bigger this time. You stir something up, girl? She didn't answer, just hung up and grabbed her keys. Jasper followed, bleary-eyed but resolute. Soak? He asked. Yeah, she said, slinging her pack over her shoulder. We're not done. The drive was tense, the sea a brooding shadow on their left. Soak Beach was chaos when they arrived, cops taping off the shore, locals snapping pics, a news van parked crooked in the sand. The foot lay under a tarp, but Callie didn't need to see it. She felt it, the hum, faint but growing, vibrating up her spine. She scanned the water, and there it was, a flicker of green, far offshore, watching. Jasper knelt by the tide line, his scientist brain kicking in. If it's seismic, we'd have readings. If it's alive, we'd have sonar hits. This is something else. Callie nodded, her jaw tight. It's not just taking, it's showing us. She pulled out her spare recorder, voice steady despite the dread. February 27, 2025, Soak Beach, foot 24. Whatever's out there, it's not stopping, and neither are we. The tarp lifted briefly in the wind, revealing the shoe blue, scuffed, a match for the hikers she'd seen in that vision. The crowd gasped, but Callie barely noticed. The hum swelled, a promise or a threat, and the sea stretched endless before her, hiding its truths in the deep. She'd faced it once, given back what it claimed. Now it was calling again, and she'd be damned if she let it win without a fight. Story 3, the Georgia Guidestones. Dust swirled around Riley Quinn's boots as she pulled her rust-eaten Chevy onto the shoulder of Highway 77, the Georgia sun baking the asphalt into a shimmering haze. It was February 26, 2025, and Elbert County felt like a forgotten nook of the world, rolling hills, sleepy farms, and a quiet that pressed against your eardrums. She killed the engine, grabbed her notebook, and stepped out, squinting at the 5 granite slabs rising from a field like teeth in the earth. The Guidestones, 19 feet tall, carved with 10 cryptic guides in 8 languages. They'd stood here since 1980, a riddle no one had fully cracked. Riley, a 29-year-old history grad dropout turned conspiracy podcaster, had been chasing their story for months, ever since the July 2022 bombing that toppled one slab, leaving the rest scarred but defiant. She adjusted her baseball cap, dark curls spilling out, and snapped a photo. Episode 47, she muttered into her recorder. The Georgia Guidestones, or what's left OFEM, built by a guy calling himself R.C.'s Christian fake name, big wallet. No one knows who he really was or why he paid a fortune to preach. Maintain humanity under 500 million in a cow pasture. She paused, scanning the stones. The surviving four loomed, their edges chipped from the blast, inscriptions still legible. English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, Russian. A capstone crowned them, notched with a solar alignment that pegged today's date, February 26, right in its beam. Riley circled the monument, her sneakers crunching gravel. She'd grown up 30 miles away in Athens, hearing whispers about the stones, a new world order plot, a doomsday prophecy, a rich man's prank. The bombing blamed on vandals but never solved, only fueled the buzz. X was ablaze with theories, cultists, patriots, even aliens. Her listeners ate it up, but Riley wanted meat, not rumors. She'd tracked down old newspaper clips, interviewed the Elberton Granite crew, even dug into the bank records, nothing but dead ends, and a cashier's check from nowhere. A shadow flicked across the stones. She spun, heart kicking, but it was just a hawk wheeling overhead. Still, the air felt off, too still, too warm for late winter. She shook it off and crouched by the English slab, tracing the first guide, maintain humanity under 500. In perpetual balance with nature. 500 million, she said aloud. That's 7 billion short of today. What were you planning, Christian? The words felt heavier out here, carved in stone, like they weren't just suggestions. Her phone pinged Micah, her sound guy, an occasional skeptic, texting from Atlanta. Find anything yet? Or just talking to rocks again? She smirked, typing back. Rocks are chatty today. Get up here, need your ears. Micah's tech skills had saved her bacon more than once, like when they'd cracked that Haunted Mill episode with EVP spikes no one else caught. The sun dipped, painting the stones gold. Riley set up her mic stand, aiming to record ambient sound, wind, birds, maybe a tractor if she was lucky. But as she hit record, a low hum buzzed through the air, faint at first, then sharper, like a tuning fork struck deep underground. She froze, checking her gear. Not interference, the hum pulsed in her chest, sinking with her breath. What the hell? She whispered, panning the mic toward the stones. The sound spiked, a needle-sharp whine, then cut off. Footsteps crunched behind her. She whirled, hand on the pepper spray clipped to her belt. A man stood 10 yards off, lean and tall, his silver hair catching the light under a wide-brimmed hat, his suit crisp linen, too clean for this dust screamed money. Evening, Miss Quinn, he said, voice smooth as polished stone. Enjoying the view? She tensed. Do I know you? Not yet. He stepped closer, hands clasped behind him. Name's Ellis Vaughn. I followed your work, your podcast, your inquiries. You've got a knack for poking where you shouldn't. Riley's jaw tightened. Public land, public mystery. I'm not breaking laws. Vaughn smiled, thin and cold. Oh, it's not laws I'm worried about. It's consequences. He nodded at the guidestones. These aren't just rocks, you know. They're a promise, a ledger, and you're stirring things best left alone. Ledger for what? She shot back, recorder still rolling. Half the world thinks these are a globalist hit list. The other half says it's a hippie dream. You got a third take? His eyes glinted, gray as the granite. They're a warning, Miss Quinn. A clock. And it's ticking louder since you showed up. He tilted his head, like he heard something she didn't. Listen. She did. The hum was back, stronger, rattling the mic stand. The ground trembled, not an earthquake, but a pulse, rhythmic, alive. Vaughn stepped back, unfazed. You've woken it. Good luck. He turned and walked toward a black sedan parked down the road, vanishing into the dusk. Riley's pulse raced. She grabbed her flashlight, sweeping it over the stones. The English slab shimmered faintly at first, then brighter, glyphs glowing like they'd been etched in neon. Not the carved words, something beneath them. older, spiraling lines and jagged shapes pulsing in time with the hum. She stumbled back, snapping photos. "This isn't RCC Christian's work," she muttered. "This is prehistoric?" Night swallowed the field, stars pricking through the haze. Micah's jeep rolled in an hour later, headlights cutting the dark. He hopped out, all lanky limbs and nervous energy. "Jesus, Riley, you look spooked. What do you find?" She thrust her phone at him, the glowing glyphs frozen in pixels. "This, and some creep named Vaughn, who thinks I've tripped an alarm. Listen to this." She played the hum, now layered with whispers faint, garbled, like voices trapped in static. Micah fiddled with his laptop, boosting the audio. "That's no wind. It's structured, like a signal." He paled. "And these whispers, there's a pattern. I'd need time, but it's not random noise." A crack split the air. They spun as the Swahili slab shuddered, a hairline fracture snaking up its face. Dust puffed out, and the hum spiked, shaking the ground. Riley's flashlight caught movement shadows stretching from the stones, humanoid but wrong, their edges fraying like smoke. One turned, its face a void, and pointed at her. "Riley!" Micah yanked her arm, dragging her toward the jeep. "We're out now!" But she couldn't look away. The shadows grew, the whispers sharpening into words she almost knew. Balance, blood, reset. The air thickened, smelling of ozone and something ancient, like damp earth after a flood. She clutched her recorder, the glyphs glow searing into her vision. Vaughn's sedan idled in the distance, headlights off, watching. The stones weren't just a monument, they were a seal, and she'd cracked it wide open. The shadows stretched taller, their void-like faces swiveling toward Riley, as the hum crescendoed into a bone-rattling roar. The air crackled, thick with that ozone tang, and the ground beneath her boots pulsed like a heartbeat. Micah's grip on her arm tightened, his voice a frantic rasp. "Riley, move. We're not sticking around for this." She stumbled back, her flashlight beam jittering across the stones. The glyphs glowed brighter now, neon threads weaving through the granite, spiraling into patterns that hurt to look at maps, maybe, or warnings older than the languages carved above them. The Swahili slab groaned, its fracture widening, and a faint green mist seeped from the crack, curling toward the shadows, like it was feeding them. Balance, blood, reset. The whispers sharpened, clawing at her mind, and she clapped her hands over her ears, recorder dangling from its strap. "Micah, the jeep," she yelled, finally breaking free of the trance. They bolted, gravel crunching underfoot, the shadows lurching after them with a sickening grace, too fast, too silent. Micah fumbled the keys, swearing as he jammed them into the ignition. The engine sputtered, then roared to life, and Riley dove into the passenger seat just as a shadow's frayed hand swiped at her leg, missing by inches. The jeep peeled out, tires spitting dirt, and the guidestones shrank in the rear view, their glow pulsing like a beacon in the dark. Riley's chest heaved, her notebook crumpled against her ribs. What the hell was that? Those weren't vandals, those weren't even human. Micah kept his eyes on the road, hands white-knuckled on the wheel. "I don't know, but that hum, it's in the audio, layered with those voices. It's like the stones are talking." He glanced at her, his usual skepticism fraying. "You think Vaughn knew?" "Vaughn but planned it," she snapped, digging her phone from her pocket. The photos of the glowing glyphs stared back, their spirals twisting even in still frames. He said, "I woke something. A clock," he called it. Those shadows, they're tied to the stones, to whatever RC's Christian buried here. The jeep hit pavement, headlights slicing through the night. Riley replayed the recording, cranking the volume. The hum thrummed through the speakers, laced with whispers that resolved into fragments. The count rises, the seal breaks, the ledger calls. She killed the playback, her skin crawling. "Ledger." He said that too, like it's keeping score. Score of what? Micah asked, swerving around a pothole. 500 million people? That's the first guide population control. You think this is some endgame? She didn't answer, her mind racing. The guidestones weren't just a monument, they were a machine. A trap, something ancient masquerading as modern. Vaughn's sedan lingered in her thoughts. Idling like a predator waiting to strike, she pulled up X, scrolling posts about the stone's conspiracy threads, grainy pics from the bombing, a fresh one from tonight. Lights at Guidestones, 11 p.m. Anyone else see this? Her stomach dropped. She wasn't the only one watching. They hit Elberton proper, a sleepy grid of brick storefronts and sodium streetlights. Riley directed Micah to the Starlight Motel, a neon-lit relic where she'd booked a room. Inside, the air smelled of stale coffee and mildew, but it was safe for now. She dumped her gear on the bed, laptop open, while Micah hooked up his audio rig. "Let's clean this up," he said, plugging in the recorder. "If there's a signal, I'll find it." Hours bled into the night, the hum looping as Micah tweaked filters. Riley pored over her notes, cross-referencing the stone's history. RCC Christian pseudonym, cash payment, no trail. The granite firm swore he'd vanished after the build, but one old worker, dead now, had mumbled about voices in the quarry before the slabs were cut. She found a scan of the capstone specs, astronomical alignments, yes, but also a buried time capsule, location unknown. "Micah," she said, voice tight. "What if something's under there?" He looked up, headphones dangling. "Under the stones? Like what?" "A trigger, a key." "Those glyphs, they're older than 1980. Prehistoric, maybe. Christian didn't make this, he found it." Before Micah could argue, the audio spiked. The whispers cleared, a single voice cutting through low, deliberate, in English. "The fifth falls when the tally turns." The motel lights flickered, and a thud rattled the window. Riley grabbed her pepper spray, edging to the curtain. Outside, Vaughn's sedan idled across the lot, engine purring, headlights off. A figure leaned against it, not Vaughn, but a woman, her face obscured by a hood, holding something glinting in the dark. "Micah, we've got company," Riley hissed. He yanked the cords free, stuffing the laptop into his bag. The door rattled, a slow knock echoing through the room. Riley's pulse hammered. She nodded at the back window, narrow but doable. "Go." They squeezed through, dropping into the alley as the door splintered behind them. The woman's voice followed, calm and cold. "You can't outrun the ledger, Quinn." Footsteps pounded, and Riley sprinted, Micah panting beside her. The hum flared again, distant but growing, vibrating up from the earth. They hit a wooded patch behind the motel, pines swallowing the starlight. Riley risked a glance back. The woman stood at the alley's edge, her hood down now, revealing a face too smooth, too perfect, like porcelain. In her hand, a shard of granite gleamed, etched with those same spiraling glyphs. The ground trembled, and the trees rustled, shadows peeling from their trunks, more of them, silent and relentless. "Keep moving," Riley shouted, shoving Micah ahead. They broke into a clearing, the guidestones visible in the distance, their glow now a sickly green beacon. The hum pulsed louder, synced with her racing heart, and the air thickened, smelling of damp stone and blood. She tripped, hitting the dirt, and Micah hauled her up. The shadows closed in, their void faces whispering balance, blood, reset, and the woman's voice cut through. "The tally turns tonight." A crack split the sky, not thunder, but stone. Riley whipped around. The Russian slab shuddered, then collapsed, dust billowing as the glyphs flared and died. The shadows froze, their forms fraying, and the hum stuttered. The woman cursed, her perfect face twisting, and she vanished into the trees, the sedan peeling out in a screech of tires. Riley sank to her knees, gasping. Micah clutched his bag, eyes wide. "One down," he muttered. "4 left." She nodded, adrenaline burning through her fear. "It's not over. The 5th falls. That's what it said. They're breaking, Micah. Whatever's sealed in there, it's waking up. Dawn crept over the hills, grey and heavy. The guidestones stood wounded, but defiant, 3 slabs glowing faintly, the 4th a rubble heap. Riley pulled her recorder, voice steady despite the shake in her hands. February 27, 2025, Elberton. The Georgia guidestones just lost a piece, and we're in deeper than I thought. Vaughn's crew, those shadows, they're guarding something, or serving it. Micah zipped his bag. We need help. Experts, geologists, historians. This is beyond us. No, Riley said, standing. We started this. We finish it. She glanced at the stones, the hum a faint echo now, waiting. Vaughn was out there, the woman too, and the ledger, whatever it was counting. The tally wasn't done, and Riley Quinn wasn't either. Story 4. The Dyatlov Pass. Snow stung Nadia Volkov's face as she hunched against the wind, her flashlight carving a weak tunnel through the blizzard. The Ural Mountains loomed around her, jagged and silent, their peaks swallowed by a February night so cold it cracked the air. It was February 26, 2025, and she was here, Kholat-Syakhl, the dead mountain chasing ghosts. A 38-year-old Russian journalist with a stubborn streak and a knack for cold cases. Nadia had spent years picking apart the Dyatlov Pass incident. 9 hikers, all seasoned, found dead in 1959 under circumstances that defied logic. Tent slashed from the inside, bodies scattered half-dressed in the snow, some with crushed skulls, one missing her tongue. Avalanche, Soviet experiments, UFOs, every theory crumbled under scrutiny. Nadia didn't buy the tidy 2021 slab avalanche explanation she'd come to see for herself. Her boots crunched through the crust, the beam catching glints of ice on skeletal pines. She'd bribed a local guide, Yuri, to get her this far, 2 days' trek from Vishay, the nearest speck of civilization. Yuri, a wiry Evenki man with wind-carved lines on his face, trudged behind, his rifle slung low. This place don't like visitors, he'd warned, spitting into the snow. My grandfather said the spirits here chew bones. Nadia had smirked. Folklore was her bread and butter, but now, with the wind howling like a living thing, his words gnawed at her. She stopped at the pass, a shallow saddle between Kholat-Syakhl and its sister peak. The Dyatlov group's tent had been pitched here, per the old photos, black and white shots of smiling faces, frozen forever before the nightmare hit. Nadia dropped her pack, pulling out a battered file, rescue reports, autopsy notes, a grainy snap of the tent half buried in snow. February 1:59, she muttered into her recorder. They fled something barefoot, panicked. Radiation on their clothes, injuries like a bomb went off. No tracks but theirs. She paused, breath fogging. What scared you that bad? Yuri crouched by a rock, lighting a cigarette with hands that didn't shake. You won't find it in your papers. Mansi hunters called this the Singing Valley, said the wind talks tells you to run. Wind's just wind, Nadia said, though her own voice wavered. She set up her thermal camera, scanning the slope. The official line, snow slab collapsing. Driving them out didn't explain the missing tongue, the orange skin, the way they'd scattered downhill instead of digging in. She'd tracked down a retired KGB grunt once, half drunk in Yekaterinburg, who'd muttered about lights in the sky and orders to bury the case. Ex-posts still buzzed with speculation, secret weapons, Yeti, aliens. Nadia wanted evidence, not campfire tales. A crack split the silence. She spun, the camera jerking. Yuri dropped his smoke, grabbing his rifle. That wasn't snow, he hissed. The sound came again, sharp, deliberate, like ice splitting under weight. Nadia's light swept the ridge, catching a flicker movement. Too fast for a bear, too big for a fox. A pulse thumped. Yuri, you see that? He nodded, eyes narrow. Not animal, too quiet. He chambered around, the metallic click swallowed by the wind. Nadia's camera whirred, infrared picking up a heat smear, faint, humanoid, darting behind a boulder. Impossible, she breathed. It's -20 out here, no one's shirtless. The wind shifted, carrying a low hum, not the gale's howl, but something deeper, vibrating through her boots. Yuri muttered in Evenki, a prayer or a curse. She couldn't tell. We go. Now. But Nadia planted her feet, zooming the lens. The smear reappeared, closer, tall, thin, its edges blurring like smoke on the screen. Then another, and another. 5, 6, circling the pass. Yuri, hold. Her words died as the hum spiked, a needle in her skull. The camera fritzed, static swallowing the feed. She dropped it, clutching her head, and saw them, figures in the snow, pale as frost. Their limbs too long, eyes glinting like mica. They didn't walk, they glided, leaving no prints. Nadia's breath hitched. What are you? One stopped, head tilting. Its face was hollow, a skull stretched over nothing, and its voice rasped inside her mind. You seek, you find. The air thickened, smelling of burnt metal and decay. Yuri fired, the shot echoing, but the bullet passed through, kicking up powder. The figures didn't flinch. Run. Yuri grabbed her arm, dragging her downslope. Nadia stumbled, her pack bouncing, the recorder still rolling in her pocket. The hum chased them, a chorus now layered, insistent, like voices trapped in ice. She risked a glance back. The figures stood atop the pass, motionless, watching. Below them, the snow glowed faint orange, pulsing in time with the sound. They hit a gully, ducking behind a wind-scoured rock. Yuri panted, rifle trembling. Spirits, old ones. My people warned, don't wake the mountain. Nadia's hands shook as she yanked out her recorder, rewinding. The hum poured through, laced with whispers Russian, fractured. Leave, too late. Hours. Her stomach dropped. This isn't folklore. It's... She froze. Footsteps crunched above, slow and heavy. Not the figure, something else. She peeked over the rock. A man stood silhouetted against the glow, clad in a parka, his face obscured by a hood. He carried no light, no gear, just a gloved hand, clutching a metallic case. Who's that? Yuri whispered, aiming. The man turned, his hood falling back. His face was wrong, too smooth, too still, like wax over bone. He raised the case, and the hum surged, the figures on the ridge snapping to attention. Nadia's vision blurred, her knees buckling. The man's voice cut through, cold and flat. You shouldn't have come. It remembers. The snow erupted around them, orange light flaring. Yuri shouted, firing again, but Nadia couldn't move. The figures descended, silent and swift, their hands outstretched. The last thing she saw was the case clicking open, a shard of black metal glinting inside, etched with symbols older than the Urals themselves. The orange glow flared brighter, searing Nadia's eyes as the snow around her churned like a living thing. The figures, those pale, skeletal wraiths, closed in, their two long arms reaching with a hunger that chilled her blood more than the -20 air. Yuri's rifle barked again, the shot a futile crack against the hum that now thundered in her skull. The man with the case stood unmoved, his waxen face a mask of calm, the black metal shard inside glinting like a shard of midnight. Nadia's legs buckled, her mind screaming to run, but her body wouldn't obey. The hum pinned her, a weight of sound and memory. Yuri, she gasped, clawing at the snow. He spun, grabbing her coat, hauling her back as the nearest figure lunged. Its fingers brushed her sleeve, ice cold and electric, and a jolt shot through her, a flash of images. 9 hikers slashing their tent, fleeing barefoot, their screams swallowed by the night. She saw their faces: Dyatlov, Kolovatov, Zina, twisted in terror as the same orange light chased them down the slope. The vision snapped off, leaving her gasping, Yuri's curses a lifeline in the chaos. Move, Nadia, he roared, dragging her toward the gully's edge. The figures glided closer, silent but relentless, their hollow eyes locked on her. The man raised the case higher, and the hum sharpened into words. Hours, 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 a chant that rattled her teeth. The snow erupted again, tendrils of orange mist coiling upward, wrapping the figures like armor. Yuri fired one last shot, then tossed the rifle, pulling a hunting knife from his belt. Go, I'll hold them. No. Nadia lunged for him, but he shoved her hard, sending her tumbling down the incline. She hit the snow rolling, her pack ripping free, the recorder bouncing into the dark. Pain flared in her ribs, but she scrambled up, shouting his name. Yuri stood his ground, knife flashing as a figure loomed over him. The blade sank into its chest. Nothing, no blood, just a hiss of mist, and then it swiped. A blur of motion. Yuri crumpled, a red stain blooming on the white, and the hum swallowed his scream. Nadia ran. Her boots pounded the snow, lungs burning, the pass a blur of ice and shadow behind her. The figures didn't chase, not yet, but the hum followed, a predator's growl in her bones. She stumbled into a thicket of pines, branches clawing her face, and ducked behind a trunk, breath fogging fast. The orange glow pulsed in the distance, the man's silhouette still atop the ridge, case open like a Pandora's box. Yuri was gone, and guilt clawed her gut, but she couldn't stop. Not now. Her hands fumbled for her satchel miraculously, still strapped on, and pulled out her satellite phone. The screen flickered, static dancing across it, but she punched in the emergency code she'd memorized. A contact in Vichy, an ex-FSB guy named Pavel, who owed her a favor. Pick up, damn it, she hissed, the line crackling. The hum softened, then spiked again, and she heard its footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching closer. Nadia? Pavel's voice cut through, gruff and sleepy. What's? Kolatsayakl, she whispered, voice shaking. I'm in trouble. Yuri's dead. Something's here. Get a team. Now. Dead? Slow down, what's here? His tone sharpened, but the line hissed, the hum drowning him out. A shadow loomed at the thicket's edge, tall, hooded, not the wraiths but the man, his parka swaying in the windless air. Nadia dropped the phone, scrambling back as he stepped into view, the case clutched tight. His eyes glinted, too bright, too empty, like the figures but worse human, yet not. You saw them, he said, voice flat as ice. The 9, they woke it too poked where they shouldn't. This, he tapped the case, the black shard pulsing faintly, keeps it leashed. But you, Volkov, you've got their scent now. What are you? She spat, edging toward a gap in the trees. KGB? Some experiment gone wrong? He smiled, thin and wrong. Older than that. I guard the seal. The mountain remembers every step, every scream. You've rung the bell, and it's listening. The hum surged, and the snow around her shifted. No wind, no quake, just movement. Figures rose from it, 6, 7, their hollow faces fixed on her. Nadia bolted, crashing through the pines, the man's laughter trailing her like smoke. She hit a frozen stream, slipping on the ice, and risked a glance back. He hadn't moved, but the wraiths glided closer, their arms stretching impossibly long. The phone buzzed in the snow behind her. Pavel, too late. Her flashlight was gone, her pack lost, but she had her wits. She veered uphill, toward a cave she'd mapped days ago, a narrow slit in the rock, a last stand. The hum pulsed faster, a heartbeat of rage, and the orange glow lit the sky behind her, casting her shadow long and jagged. She dove into the cave, scraping her knees, and wedged herself deep, the stone cold against her back. The wraiths reached the entrance, their fingers clawing the air, but they didn't enter, couldn't, maybe. The hum buzzed, furious, then softened, a lullaby laced with menace. Nadia's breath steadied, her mind racing. The man's words, the seal, the mountain remembers, tied to that shard, to the 9. The Dyatlov group hadn't just died, they'd tripped something ancient, something the Soviets buried, and this guard kept chained. She pulled her recorder from her pocket, miraculously intact, and hit record. February 27, 2025, 3:14 a.m. Kolat Seattle. Yuri's gone. I saw them, the hikers, in the snow. It's awake, and it's hunting. If I don't make it, this is why. A crack echoed outside, not ice, but stone. She peeked out. The ridge glowed brighter, and a new figure stood beside the man, taller, cloaked, holding a second case. The wraiths retreated, their forms dissolving into the mist, and the hum shifted. A command now. Wait. The man turned, locking eyes with her across the distance, and raised a hand, not a threat, but a promise. He vanished into the storm, the glow fading, leaving only silence and the sting of snow. Dawn crept over the Urals, pale and thin. Nadia emerged, shivering, her recorder clutched like a talisman. Yuri's body was gone, no blood, no trace, just boot prints that weren't his, leading north. She stumbled downslope, the Parsa tomb behind her, until chopper blades thumped in the distance Pavel. Late but coming. She sank to her knees, the hum of faint itch in her skull, and whispered, "This isn't over." The mountain loomed, watching. 9 had fallen, now one more. But Nadia Volkov wasn't done. She'd face the seal, the guard, whatever it took. The dead mountain had spoken, and she'd answer. Story 5. The Zodiac Killer's Cipher. Fog curled through the streets of San Francisco, thick and gray, muffling the hum of late-night traffic as Sam Torres hunched over his desk in a cramped Mission District apartment. It was February 26, 2025, and the clock on his wall blinked 2:14 a.m., its red glow cutting through the haze of cigarette smoke. Sam, a 34-year-old ex-cop turned private investigator, had a face like worn leather, too many nights chasing ghosts, too few answers. His latest obsession sprawled across the desk. Photocopies of the Zodiac Killer's ciphers, yellowed newspaper clippings, and a dog-eared file on the murders. 5 confirmed dead between 68 and 69, maybe more, all tied to a phantom who signed his taunts with a crosshair symbol. Sam rubbed his stubbled jaw, staring at the 340 cipher, 408 symbols cracked in 2021 by codebreakers, revealing a smug rant. I am not afraid of the gas chamber, because it will send me to paradise all the sooner. But the drip cipher, the unsolved one from 69, mocked him, still 13 characters in a jagged scrawl, mailed after the Lake Berryessa stabbing. My identity, the Zodiac had teased. Decades of guesses, Arthur Lee Allen, Rick Marshall, a dozen nobodies had fizzled out. Sam didn't care about fame, he wanted truth, the kind that had let the dead rest. His phone buzzed, rattling a cold coffee mug. A text from Lila Chen, his hacker buddy, found something weird in the Chronicle archives. Call me. Sam dialed, lighting another Marlboro. Lila's voice crackled through, sharp and fast. You still up, Torres? Check your email. I dug up a scan of an envelope, Zodiac sent in 70. Never published. Postmarks faded, but there's a smudge ink, maybe blood, and a symbol on the flap, not the usual crosshair. Sam opened his laptop, the screen bathing him in blue. The scan loaded, a creased envelope, addressed to the San Francisco Chronicle, with a faint spiral etched in the corner, crude, uneven, like it had been scratched with a nail. What's this mean? He asked, exhaling smoke. Dunno yet, Lila said, but it's not in the public files. I had to sweet-talk a guy at the paper's morgue. Said it got buried. Editor thought it was a hoax. You owe me beers. Added to my tab. Sam hung up, zooming in. The spiral nagged at him, nothing like the Zodiac's precise glyphs. He rifled through his notes, landing on a grainy photo, the dripping pen card, mailed November 8, 69, with the drip cipher scrawled below, a taunt about slaves in paradise. No spiral there, but the ink smudge on Lila's envelope matched the card's reddish tint. Blood? The labs back then couldn't confirm it. Tech was too crude. A thud echoed from the hall. Sam's hand slid to the Glock under his desk, ears straining. The building was a dive, creaky floors, junkies in the stairwell, but this felt deliberate. He stood, easing the door open. Fog seeped in, cold and damp, but the hall was empty. On the mat, a plain envelope. No stamp, no address, just his name in block letters. His gut clenched. He grabbed it, retreating inside, and tore it open. A single sheet, typed, "You seek me in lines and dots. I am the spiral, not the cross. Look where the water meets the sky." Below, 13 symbols drip cipher redux, but twisted, the strokes sharper. Sam's breath caught. "No way," he muttered, comparing it to the '69 original. Close, but not exact, like a remix. He snapped a photo, texting Lila, fresh drop. "Check this." Her reply pinged back, "WTF? That's not vintage fonts modern. Someone screwing with you." Sam didn't answer. He grabbed his jacket, the Glock, and a flashlight, heading for his pickup. Water meets the sky rang in his head. San Francisco was lousy with waterfronts, but Lake Berryessa stuck out. The Zodiac stabbed a couple there, September '69 in broad daylight, wearing a hooded costume like some medieval executioner. If this was a copycat, they'd picked a hell of a stage. The drive north was a blur, fog thinning as he hit Napa County. Berryessa loomed by 4 a.m., its waters black and still under a sliver moon. He parked near the shore where Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard were attacked. Brian survived. Cecilia didn't. The killer had scribbled on their car door, dates, a crosshair. Sam swept his light across the gravel, the beam catching mist, and nothing else, until it snagged on a rock freshly carved, a spiral matching the envelopes. He crouched, tracing it. The stone was cold, damp, but the cuts were clean, no weathering. His recorder clicked on. February 26, 2025, Lake Berryessa, found a marker. If this is you, Zodiac, or whoever's playing your game, why now? The air shifted, heavier, like the lake was holding its breath. A hum rose low, electric, buzzing in his teeth. He stood, swinging the light. The water rippled, unprompted, and a shape broke the surface tall, hooded, its silhouette stark against the moon. Sam's Glock snapped up. "Who's there?" "Step out slow." The figure didn't move, just stood on the waves, impossible and real. Its hood tilted, and a voice slithered out, not loud, but everywhere. "The cipher is the key. You turn it, I return." The hum spiked, a whine that clawed his skull, and the figure raised a hand. In it, a glinting shard metal, etched with symbols he knew too well. Headlights flared behind him. A black SUV roared up, gravel spitting, and 2 men in suits piled out clean-cut, government vibes. "Torres," one barked, flashing a badge. "Drop the gun now." Sam hesitated, eyes flicking to the lake. The figure was gone, the water flat again, but the hum lingered, threading through the fog. "Who are you?" Sam demanded, lowering the Glock but not dropping it. The badge read FBI Agent Kessler, no first name. His partner, a wiry guy with cold eyes, circled the rock, muttering into a radio. "Walk away, Torres," Kessler said. "This isn't your case anymore." "Bullshit. I just saw." He stopped. "Saw what? A ghost? A trick?" The envelope burned in his pocket, the spiral searing his mind. Kessler's gaze hardened, like he knew more than he'd ever say. The hum flared again, and the ground trembled, not in quake but a pulse. Kessler flinched, his partner swearing as the rock's spiral glowed faint red. Sam backed toward his truck, heart pounding. The Zodiac's cipher wasn't just a taunt, it was a summons, and he'd answered. The red glow from the spiral carved rock pulsed once, twice, then faded, but the hum lingered, a wasp's buzz in Sam's skull. He backed toward his pickup, Glock still in hand, eyes flicking between Agent Kessler's steely glare and the now still waters of Lake Berryessa. The second fed wiry, as Sam dubbed him, crouched by the rock, snapping photos with a phone, his radio crackling static. Kessler took a step forward, badge glinting under the moon. I said, "Drop it, Torres. You're in over your head." Sam's jaw tightened. "Over my head? I just saw a damn ghost or whatever that was standing on the lake. You're not here for a vandalism bust. What's the Bureau hiding?" The envelope in his pocket felt like a live wire, the new cipher burning through denim. He chased leads for months, years. Really, but this wasn't just a cold case anymore. It was alive, and it knew his name. Kessler's face didn't flinch, but his hand hovered near his holster. "Walk away, or we drag you away. Your choice." Wiry stood, muttering something about signal interference, and the hum spiked again, a low, guttural throb that made the gravel jump. Sam's vision blurred, a flash cutting through, a hooded figure stabbing wildly, blood pooling on a car hood, the crosshair symbol scratched in frantic strokes. He blinked it off, chest heaving. Not a memory, someone else's. "Last chance," Kessler barked, but Sam was already moving. He dove into the truck, slamming the door as the engine roared to life. Tires spun, kicking dirt, and he peeled out, the SUV's headlights shrinking in the rear view. The hum chased him, threading through the cab, and that voice slithered back. "You turn it, I return." He swerved onto the highway, fog swallowing the lake, his mind racing. The feds knew something covered it up, maybe since '69. But that figure, the spiral, the shard, it wasn't theirs to control. Back in the Mission, dawn bled gray over the rooftops. Sam barricaded himself in his apartment, shoving a chair under the knob, the Glock on the desk beside the envelope. He dumped the new cipher onto the table, 13 symbols. A twisted echo of the drip, but his hands shook too hard to focus. Lila's text buzzed again. "Feds pinged your phone. Where you at?" He typed back, "Home. Stay offline, troubles here." The laptop glowed, Lila's scan of the 70 envelope still open. He zoomed on the spiral, crude, yes, but deliberate, like a signature older than the Zodiac's games. He dug through his files, landing on a Xerox of the Exorcist letter. January 74 Zodiac mocking the cops with movie tallies. No cipher, but that same reddish smear. Blood, he'd bet now. He cross-checked the drip cipher against the new one. Shifts in angles, a pattern begging to be cracked. His recorder clicked on. February 27, 2025, 5:42 a.m. Got a drop at Berryessa Feds, crashed it. Saw him, or it. This isn't a copycat, it's the real deal waking up. A knock rattled the door, slow, heavy. Sam snatched the Glock, easing to the peephole. Empty hall, fog seeping under the frame. Another envelope slid through, identical to the first. Sam Torresau, in block letters. He ripped it open, same typewriter font. The key is the count. 12 turned, 1 to go. Find me where the lovers fell. Below, the spiral again, red ink this time, wet to the touch. Lovers fell, he muttered. Lovers Lane, Vallejo, July 69, where Darlene Ferrin and Mike Maggio were shot. The Zodiac's first taunt mailed days later. 12 turned, 12 victims or ciphers. His phone rang. Lila, voice tight. "Sam." One cracked into an old FBI archive, unredacted Zodiac stuff. There's a file on a spiral cult, shut down in '68. Symbols match your envelope. They thought he was one of theirs. Cult? Sam's pulse hammered. Oh, what they want. Something about balancing the count. Cops wrote it off as hippie nonsense, but shit, someone's outside my place. I'm out. The line cut. Sam grabbed his keys, the envelopes, the Glock. Vallejo was an hour north, feds or not, he was going. The drive was a fog-drenched blur, his radio spitting static until a news blip broke through. Unidentified body found near Vallejo shore. Single gunshot, no ID. Sam's gut twisted. Lila? He floored it, hitting the old Lovers Lane site by 7 a.m. A scrubby turnout off Columbus Parkway. Tire tracks, still etched in the dirt. from 69 reenactments. He stepped out, fog cloaking the bay, and saw it, a spiral scratched into a tree, fresh, dripping red. The hum hit hard, buckling his knees. The hooded figure emerged from the mist, not on water this time, but solid ground, shard in hand, glowing faint red. 12 turned. It rasped, voice echoing in his bones. "You're the 13th. Sam fired, the Glock's roar splitting the quiet, but the bullets passed through, thunking into the tree. The figure lunged, shard raised, and Sam dodged, slamming into the truck. The hum screamed, a cipher flashing in his mind, 13 symbols, unlocking, "I am the end." The spiral spins. Headlights flared Kessler's SUV, screeching to a stop. The agent leapt out, shouting, "Torres down!" A shot cracked not Sam's, and the figure staggered, mist pouring from its chest. Wiry fired again, a sniper round, and the shard clattered to the dirt, the hum cutting off like a snapped wire. The figure dissolved, fog swallowing its form, leaving only the spiral's echo. Sam scrambled up, panting. Kessler kicked the shard away, face grim. "You're lucky we tracked you. That thing's been dormant since 74. Your poking woke it." "What is it?" Sam demanded. "Glock still out." "Zodiac? Some experiment?" Kessler's eyes darkened. "Older than both. A cipher's just its leash cracket, you call it. We buried it once. Should have stayed that way." He nodded at Wiry, who bagged the shard, its glow fading. "Walk away, Torres. Next time we won't save you." They peeled out, leaving Sam in the fog, the tree's spiral staring back. He pulled his recorder, voice ragged. "Vallejo, 7:19 a.m. It's over for now. 13's the key, but the count's not done. He's out there, waiting." The fog thickened, a faint hum threading through it, and Sam knew the Zodiac's game had just begun again. Story 6. The Phaistos Disc. The Cretan sun blazed over Phaistos, turning the ruins into a maze of bleached stone and shadow as Elena Stavros knelt in the dirt, her trowel scraping at history. It was February 26, 2025, and the air carried the tang of olives and salt, a breeze whispering through the olive groves that hugged the ancient palace. Elena, a 35-year-old Greek archaeologist with sun-streaked hair and a stubborn streak, had spent a decade chasing the Minoans' Bronze Age masters of art and trade, their voices lost when their script, Linear A, went silent. But the Phaistos disc, that was her white whale, a palm-sized clay circle, stamped with 241 symbols in a spiral flowers, fish, heads, tools. No one knew what it said. A prayer, a poem, a curse. Theories piled up like dust, but answers stayed buried. She brushed soil from a potsherd, her hazel eyes narrowing. This dig, her third season at Phaistos, was a last-ditch shot. Funding was drying up, her peers at the University of Athens snickering about Elena's obsession. Last week, she'd found a shard with a faint spiral, echoing the disc's design enough to keep her here, scraping through layers of a civilization that vanished around 1450 BCE. The disc itself sat in the Heraclean Museum, but its shadow loomed over every trench she dug. "Anything?" Theo, her grad student, popped up from a nearby pit, his lanky frame dusted with red earth. His glasses glinted as he waved a water bottle. "Or are we still chasing ghosts?" Elena smirked, tossing the shard into a tray. "Ghosts don't leave clay. Check the grid 17B. Something's close." She felt it a hum in her bones, like the earth was restless. Theo shrugged, scribbling notes, but she caught his sideways glance. He thought she was nuts too. The day stretched, the sun dipping toward the Masara plain. Elena worked alone now, Theo off cataloging finds. When her trowel clinked metal on stone, she froze, heart kicking, and cleared the dirt. A slab, slate gray and smooth, peeked from the trench, its edge stamped with a single symbol, a man's head, crowned, just like on the disc. Her breath hitched. She widened the hole, revealing more a rectangular tablet, 6 inches long, its surface packed with glyphs. Not linear A, not linear B, but the disk's spiraling signs, vivid and deep. "Holy hell," she whispered, snapping photos with her phone. She lifted it, the weight heavier than it should have been, and the air thickened warm, electric, like a storm brewing underground. Her fingers traced a fish, a shield, a looping line that felt alive. "Theo!" she yelled, but he was too far, his silhouette bobbing near the tent. A shadow fell over her. She spun, clutching the tablet, to find a man standing at the trench's edge, tall, lean, his skin weathered like old leather under a straw hat. His eyes, pale blue, pinned her. "Doctor, Stavros," he said, voice low and clipped. "You found it." She stood, dirt smudging her jeans. "Who are you? This site's restricted. Call me Dorian," he said, stepping closer. His linen shirt fluttered, too clean for this dust. "I've waited years for that." He nodded at the tablet, a hunger flickering in his gaze. "It's not yours to keep." Elena's grip tightened. "It's not yours either. Back off, I'm calling security." Her free hand fumbled for her walkie, but Dorian's smile stopped her thin, sharp, like he knew something she didn't. "You won't," he said. "Not when you hear it." Before she could retort, a hum rose, not wind, not machinery, but a pulse, thrumming from the tablet. It vibrated in her hands, the glyphs glowing faint gold, and the sound wormed into her skull, layered, rhythmic, like a chant in a tongue she almost grasped. Her vision swam, the ruins tilting, and she saw flashes, fleeting, a palace aflame, ships sinking, a figure in a bull mask raising a disc to the sky. She stumbled, the tablet slipping. Dorian lunged, but Theo's shout cut through Elena, and he barreled over, wielding a shovel like a bat. Dorian dodged, retreating into the shadows of a crumbled wall, his laugh echoing. "You've started it, Stavros. Good luck stopping it." Theo grabbed her arm, panting. "You okay?" Who was that creep? Elena shook her head, the hum fading but her pulse racing. "I don't know. But this," she held up the tablet, its glow dimming. "It's no inventory list. It's alive." She flipped it, spotting a crack on the back inside, a glint of metal etched with more symbols, spiraling inward. Night fell fast, stars pricking the velvet sky. Back at the tent, Theo pored over photos while Elena transcribed the glyphs, her recorder rolling. February 26, 2025. Phaistos Trench 17B. Found a tablet mirroring the disk, same signs, same spiral. It reacted, hummed, glowed. Dorian knew it. She paused, the memory of those flashes gnawing at her. Minoan myths danced in her mind. Minos, the labyrinth, Daedalus crafting wonders. Was this a key to their fall? The tent flap rustled. She glanced up, no wind, no Theo moving. The hum returned, sharper, and the tablet pulsed, its light flaring. Theo yelped, dropping his laptop. "Elena, it's..." The screen fritzed, static resolving into shapes, glyphs, spiraling, then a map, Crete's coast, a point pulsing near Knossos. A crack split the air. The ground trembled, dust sifting from the tent's roof. Elena grabbed the tablet, rushing outside. The ruins glowed faint, golden, like veins under the earth. Figures emerged from the shadows, tall, silent, their forms shimmering like heat off stone. Horned helms crowned them, eyes glinting red, and they moved toward her, hands outstretched. "Dorian's friends?" Theo whispered, clutching a flare gun, but Elena's gaze locked on the tablet, its hum now a chorus words, ancient and urgent, "Awaken, guard, end." The figures stopped, heads tilting, and a voice rasped through the night, not theirs, but the earth's. "You hold the tongue of the lost. Speak, or it speaks for you." The glow surged, the ruins shaking, and Elena knew this wasn't just a disk's twin. It was a door, and she'd turned the key. The golden glow pulsed through the ruins of Phaistos, casting jagged shadows as the horned figures loomed closer, their red eyes boring into Elena like embers in the dark. The tablet in her hands thrummed hotter, its glyphs flaring with each beat of the Hummer chorus now. Insistent and alive, awaken, guard, end. The earth's voice echoed in her skull, a command and a threat. Speak, or it speaks for you. Her knees buckled under the weight of it, the air thick with dust and the scent of ancient fire. Theo gripped the flare gun, his knuckles white, his voice a shaky whisper. Elena, what the hell do we do? She clutched the tablet tighter, its metal core glinting through the crack. I don't know, she rasped, her archaeologist's brain scrambling for logic in the impossible. Those figures, Minoan maybe, their horned helms straight out of frescoes she'd studied, weren't ghosts or statues come alive. They moved with purpose, a stillness that wasn't human, their hands outstretched like they'd claim her soul if she didn't answer. The ruins trembled again, stones grinding, and a crack split the ground near the trench, golden light seeping up, threading toward the tablet. Elena. Theo fired the flare, a streak of red arcing into the night. It struck the nearest figure, bursting in a shower of sparks, but the thing didn't flinch. Flames licked its form, then fizzled, leaving it untouched. The hum spiked, a scream in her mind, and the figures advanced, their steps silent but heavy, vibrating through her boots. She stumbled back, tripping over a fallen column, and Theo hauled her up, his glasses fogged with sweat. We're out of here now. No, she shouted, wrenching free. Running won't stop this. It's the tablet they wanted. She flipped it over, fingers trembling as she traced the spiraling glyphs: fish, shield, crowned head. The hum softened, almost pleading, and a word slipped into her thoughts, not Greek, not linear A, but something older. Kakwe. She froze. Minoan root, maybe. Speak. Her voice shook as she tested it aloud. Kwe. The figures halted, their helms tilting as one. The hum stilled, the glow dimming, and the earth's voice rumbled again. You hear. You hold. Guard it, or it guards you. The tablet pulsed once, then went cold. Its light snuffed out. The figures shimmered, their forms fraying like smoke, and sank into the ground, leaving only silence and the sting of salt air. Elena's chest heaved, her hands numb around the clay. Theo dropped the flare gun, panting. What did you just do? I spoke, she said, staring at the tablet. It listened. Her mind raced. Quea, a fragment of a lost tongue, tied to the disk's spiral. Had the Minoans sealed something here, a warning or a weapon? Dorian's words gnawed at her. You've started it. The crack in the earth glowed faintly still, a vein of light stretching north toward Knossos, where the map had pulsed. A rustle broke her trance. Dorian emerged from the shadows, his straw hat gone, silver hair glinting under the stars. He clapped slowly, a smirk curling his lips. Well done, Dr. Stavros. I didn't think you'd find the voice so fast. He stepped closer, hands in his pockets, casual as if he hadn't just watched her face down the abyss. That tablet's one of 3. The disc was the lock, this is the key. Elena stood, shielding the tablet. Who are you? What do you want with it? I'm a keeper, he said, eyes narrowing. Like those who came before, the Minoans didn't just fall. Wathi fell them, sealed them under Crete with these. He nodded at the tablet. You've woken one piece. 2 more wait, and they're listening now. Theo grabbed a shovel, stepping between them. Back off, creep. She's not handing it over. Dorian chuckled, unfazed. She will, when she sees what's coming. Knossos calls, check your map. He turned, vanishing into the ruins, his footsteps swallowed by the night. Elena's phone buzzed. Theo's laptop, still open in the tent, flickered to life on its own. The screen showed the map again, the Knossos point pulsing brighter, a second dot flaring near Santorini. Vera, Elena whispered. the Minoan name for Santorini, clicking into place. The island's eruption in 1600 BCE, some said it sank Atlantis, ended the Minoans. Her hands shook as she grabbed the recorder. February 27, 2025, 1:03 a.m. Phaistos. Tablets alive spoke to it. Figures came, then left. Dorian says it's one of three: a seal, Knossos and Thera next. Theo yanked the laptop shut. We need backup museum, cops, someone. This is insane. No, Elena said, voice steady despite the quake in her gut. We go to Knossos. If he's right, we stop it there or it stops us. She packed the tablet. Its weight, a promise, and a curse. The dig radio crackled static, then a hum, faint but growing. She froze. Voices threaded through. Koi, guard, rise. Not hers, not Dorian's, but many, echoing from the earth. Dawn broke over Crete, pink and gold, the ruins still as a tomb. Elena and Theo piled into her jeep, the tablet wrapped in her jacket. The road to Knossos wound north, the hum a shadow in her ears. She glanced at the rear view. Dorian's silhouette stood atop a hill, watching, a third figure beside him, cloaked and still. The tablet twitched, a single glyph glowing, a bull's head, crowned. The jeep rumbled on, Phaistos shrinking behind. Elena gripped the wheel, her mind a storm of glyphs and ghosts. The disc wasn't just a relic, it was a map, a call, and she'd answered. Whatever lay beneath Knossos, beneath Thera, it was waking, and she'd be damned if she let it win without a fight. Story 7. The Devil's Sea. The Pacific rolled dark and endless under a bruised sky, waves slapping the hull of the Kuroshi Maru as Kai Nakamura gripped the wheel, his knuckles whitening. It was February 26, 2025, and the air hung heavy with salt and unease, a storm brewing somewhere beyond the horizon. Kai, a 41-year-old Japanese fisherman with a weathered face and a limp from a bad haul years back, knew these waters, the stretch off Chiba Prefecture, south of Tokyo, where the sea turned traitor. The Devil's Sea, locals called it, a triangle from Nojimazaki to Miyake Island, to some nowhere point in the deep. Ships had been disappearing here since the Edo period. Fishing boats, freighters, even a research vessel. In 54, the Kaio Maru No. 5, gone with 31 souls. Kai didn't spook easy, but tonight, the compass needle twitched like a nervous tick, and the radio spat static, no matter the frequency. Should have stayed in port, muttered Hannah, his deckhand, hunched over a crate of mackerel. She was 25, wiry, with a buzz cut and a tattoo of Cannon, the mercy goddess, snaking up her arm. Old man at the dock said the dragons restless saw lights last night. Kai snorted, adjusting his cap. Dragons, just a story. Hannah, magnetic fields, currents, that's what sinks boats. He'd fished these waters 2 decades, dodging the myths, Caillou, the sea dragon, snatching sailors, ghost ships crewed by the drowned. Science explained most volcanic activity under the seabed, rogue waves, but the Devil's Sea had a way of laughing at logic. His sonar pinged erratic, depths jumping from 200 meters to 1,000 in a blink, then back. Gears glitching again. Hannah smirked, hauling a net. Sure, blame the tech. Tell that to my uncle. His trawler vanished here in 98, no wreckage, no nothing. She paused, squinting at the horizon. What's that? Kai followed her gaze. The shimmer danced on the water, faint green, like plankton glow but sharper, pulsing. He grabbed binoculars, the lenses fogging with his breath. Not a boat, he said, tracking it. The light grew, splitting into arcs, 3, 5 circling a point a mile out. His gut twisted. Weather buoy, maybe? No buoy flashes like that, Hannah said, voice low. The compass spun now, a full 360, and the radio hissed a whine, then a garble, like voices underwater. Kai killed the engine, the Hokoroshi Maru rocking in silence. The arcs tightened, and the sea flattened too still, mirror smooth despite the wind kicking up. Hannah dug out her phone, Filming February 26, 2025, 22:47. Devil C 34 N 139. Lights moving, alive. Kai's pretending it's normal. She elbowed him, but he didn't laugh. The sonar screeched, screen flashing red, something massive, rising fast. He yanked the throttle, but the engine coughed, dead. A thud rocked the hull. Hannah stumbled, nets spilling. "Below us," she yelled, grabbing a flare gun. Kai swept his flashlight over the deck. Nothing but fish and rope, then down, into the water. Shadows flickered beneath, long and sinuous, too big for whales, too fluid for wreckage. The green glow flared, blinding, and a hum vibrated through the planks, deep, resonant, like a temple bell tolling underwater. "Kai," Hannah's voice cut off as the deck lurched, tilting starboard. He grabbed the rail, the flashlight clattering into the sea. The hum sharpened, words threading through it: Japanese, old, guttural, return, trespass, ours. His head throbbed, visions flashing, a wooden junk sinking, men screaming, a dragon's coils breaching the waves. The radio crackled, a voice breaking through, not static, but English, clipped, vessel at 34 NN 139E, identify. This is USCG, Cutter Hampton Da respond. Kai lunged for it, fumbling the mic. "Kuroshi Maru, fishing boat, something's here, under us." Silence then, hold position. "Ita, 20 minutes. The line died, and the hum surged, drowning the world. Hannah fired the flare, red streaking skyward, but it fizzled midair, swallowed by fog that rolled in thick and sudden. The lights tightened, a ring now, and the sea boiled bubbles, steam, a stench like rotting kelp. A shape breached huge, scaled, its head horned and eyeless, jaws gaping with teeth like obsidian. Kai froze, the dragon of legend staring blind into his soul. Hannah screamed, firing another flare, but it veered, striking the water. The beast sank, and the ring of lights pulsed, revealing more figures, human but not, standing on the waves, their forms shrouded in mist, eyes glowing green. One stepped closer, its voice a hiss in his mind. "You carry the mark. Give it, or join us." Kai's hand flew to his neck, a jade pendant, a family heirloom his grandfather swore came from a shipwreck here, centuries back. He yanked it free, the cord snapping, and the hum spiked, the deck splintering under his boots. Headlights cut the fog, running lights, a cutter looming, its horn blaring. The figures recoiled, the dragon thrashing, and the sea erupted, waves slamming the Kuroshi Maru. Hannah clung to the mast, shouting, "Kai, throw it." He hesitated, the pendant warm in his fist, then hurled it into the glow. The hum stopped, the lights winked out, and the sea stilled, the dragon gone. The way Hampton pulled alongside, a megaphone barking, "Kuroshi Maru, report." Kai panted, staring at the flat water. The pendant was lost, but the air buzzed, a whisper lingering, not enough. The cutter's crew boarded, uniforms crisp, faces hard, and a man in a black coat stepped forward. No insignia, his eyes cold. "Nakamura," he said, voice flat. "What did you see?" Kai swallowed, the deck slick with salt and dread, something that shouldn't be real. The man's gaze flicked to the sea, then back, a faint smile curling his lips. "Shouldn't," he said, "but is." The fog thickened, the Hampton's lights dimming, and Kai felt it a pulse, deep below, waiting. The fog pressed in like a shroud, swallowing the Hampton's lights as Kai Nakamura stood on the tilting deck of the Kuroshi Maru, his breath fogging in the sudden chill. The sea lay flat now, a glassy mirror reflecting the cutter's silhouette, but that pulse deep, rhythmic, alive throbbed beneath his boots. The man in the black coat loomed before him, his cold eyes glinting under the brim of a cap with no rank. No name, just authority, carved into his stance. Hannah clung to the mast, her flare gun dangling, her face pale but fierce. The crew from the Hampton fanned out, their boots thudding on the planks, but it was Blackcoat who held Kai's gaze, his faint smile, a blade's edge. "Shouldn't be real," Blackcoat repeated, stepping closer, his voice cutting through the damp air. "But you saw it, the dragon, the drowned. What did they want?" He tilted his head, like a predator sizing prey, and Kai's hand twitched where the jade pendant had hung moments ago, now lost to the sea's hungry maw. "Something I had," Kai said, throat dry. "A pendant old from my family. They took it and backed off." He glanced at Hannah, her nod confirming it. The lights, the figures, the beast had retreated when he threw it. But that whisper, not enough, gnawed at him, a hook in his gut. Blackcoat's smile faded, a token, interesting. He turned, barking at a crewman in clipped English, scanned the perimeter, full spectrum. Now, the sailor hustled off, lugging a device bristling with antennas. Blackcoat faced Kai again, pulling a slim tablet from his coat. "You're not the first to lose something here. Ships, crews, keepsakes. The Devil's Sea doesn't just sink, it collects." He tapped the screen, showing a grainy sonar image, jagged spikes, a shape too big, too coiled, lurking at 1,500 meters. Hannah edged closer, peering over Kai's shoulder. "That's it, the dragon." Her voice cracked, cannon's ink stark against her trembling arm. "What is this guy? Some cryptozoologist?" "Not quite," Blackcoat said, pocketing the tablet. "Call me Inspector Voss. I track what shouldn't be here, Bermuda, the Arctic voids. Your pendant's a piece of it, a key, maybe. You've stirred the pot, Nakamura." He nodded at the sea, still unnaturally calm. "It's not done with you." A hum flared faint at first, then sharper, vibrating through the hull. Kai's head snapped up, Hannah cursing as the sonar man shouted, "Contact!" Rising fast 300 meters. The Southampton's horn blared, crew scrambling, but Voss stayed rooted, watching the water. Green light flickered beneath, a ring pulsing outward, and the hum thickened into that guttural chant. Return, trespass, ours. Kai's vision swam, flashes cutting through, a fishing boat sinking. His grandfather's face, the pendant glowing as claws snatched it from the deep. "Kai!" Hannah yanked him back as the deck bucked, waves surging from nowhere. The ring tightened, and shapes breached those mist-shrouded figures, their green eyes locked on him. Dozens now, standing on the swell. The dragon rose behind them, its eyeless head towering, scales glinting like wet obsidian, jaws parted in a silent roar. Voss drew a pistol not standard issue, its barrel etched with symbols Kai didn't know, and fired. The shot flared blue, striking a figure. It shrieked, dissolving into mist, but more took its place. "Get below," Voss barked, waving at the Kuroshi Maru's hatch. Kai grabbed Hannah, shoving her toward it, but she resisted, snatching a harpoon from the deck. "I'm not hiding," she yelled, hurling it. The steel sank into the dragon's flank, black ichor sprayed, and it thrashed, the hum spiking to a scream. The sea boiled, steam hissing, and the Hampton's guns roared tracer rounds streaking, punching holes in the mist. Kai stumbled to the wheelhouse, fumbling for the radio. "Mayday, Kuroshi Maru, Devil's Sea, under attack," static answered. Then a voice, not the Hampton, but Japanese, old and slow. "You gave it once more." The pendant flashed in his mind, its jade etched with a spiral he'd never noticed. His grandfather's words echoed from the wreck. "Kai, keep it safe." A wreck in these waters, centuries lost. Voss shouted over the chaos, "Nakamura, it's you! It's marked you!" He fired again, blue shots scattering the figures, but the dragon lunged, jaws snapping inches from the Hampton's bow. Kai bolted out, grabbing a flare gun from Hannah's crate. He aimed high, firing red streaking into the fog, a beacon. The dragon reared, distracted, and Voss seized the moment, tossing a device overboard, a metal orb, blinking red. It hit the water and detonated, a shockwave of light ripping through the ring. The figures wailed, sinking, and the dragon dove, the glow snuffed out. The sea stilled, the hum fading to a whisper. Kai slumped against the rail, Hannah panting beside him, her harpoon gone. Voss retrieved his pistol, his coat singed but his calm intact. "Temporary," he said, eyeing the horizon. "It'll regroup, always does." He turned to Kai, voice low. "Your pendant was a lock. Without it, the door's cracking. Find its source or it finds you." The Hampton's crew dragged a net aboard, no fish, but debris, wood, rusted iron, a shard of jade, matching Kai's lost piece. Voss bagged it, nodding at Kai. "Yours?" Kai stared, the spiral clear, now a map, a call. "My grandfather's wreck," he muttered. "It's here." Dawn broke, grey and heavy, the Kuroshi Maru limping beside the cutter. Kai gripped the wheel, recorder in hand, Hannah's, salvaged from the deck. February 27, 2025, 06:12. Devil's Sea. Fought it off, dragon. Spirits, something old. Pendant's gone, but it's not over. Voss says it's my mark now. He glanced at Hannah, her jaw set, then the shard in Voss's bag. The sea stretched endless, a faint hum pulsing below, waiting. The Hampton pulled ahead, Voss's silhouette on deck, but Kai felt it, the dragon's blind gaze, lingering. He'd given a piece, it wanted the rest, and he'd find it first, or die trying. Story 8. The Hestelan lights. Snow crunched under Astrid Lind's boots as she trudged up the ridge, her breath fogging in the biting February air. The Hestelan Valley stretched below, a silent bowl of white framed by jagged hills, the sky above a deep indigo pricked with stars. It was February 26, 2025, just past midnight, and the cold gnawed at her fingers despite her gloves. Astrid, a 39-year-old Norwegian physicist with sharp blue eyes and a streak of grey in her blonde braid, had come here, chasing answers. The Hestelan lights, glowing orbs, some baseball-sized, others big as cars, had been spotted here for decades, flitting over the valley like wisps. Science called them plasma, maybe sparked by radon or magnetic quirks, but Astrid wasn't sold. Not after what she'd seen. Her pack clinked with gear cameras, a spectrometer, and EMF meter tools she'd hauled from Oslo University, where her colleagues ribbed her for chasing fairies. The lights had flared up this winter, brighter and bolder than the old reports. An X buzzed with grainy videos, orbs weaving patterns, pulsing red, green, white. Locals whispered of trolls or spirits. UFO nuts swore it was extraterrestrial. Astrid wanted data, not folklore, but the valley's stillness felt alive, watching. She set up on a rocky outcrop, the same spot where, in '82, a farmer snapped the first clear photo, a white sphere hovering over the Hesja River. Her tripod steadied, the camera's night vision humming. February 26, 2025, 0017, she said into her recorder. Hestelan Ridge, 64 hen, 11 brise. Clear sky, -12 Celsius. No seismic activity reported. Let's see what you've got. She scanned the dark, the river a silver thread below, and waited. A flicker caught her eye low, near the tree line. She zoomed in, heart kicking. A light, faint yellow, bobbed like a lantern, then split 2, 3 drifting upward. "There you are," she muttered, tweaking the spectrometer. The readings spiked ionized particles. Sure, but the frequencies danced, erratic, like a signal gone wild. The orbs pulsed, merging into a single glow, then shot across the valley, silent and swift, vanishing behind a hill. Astrid's radio crackled. "Astrid, you see that?" Lars, her research assistant, was parked a mile down in the van, monitoring feeds. His voice trembled. a kid fresh out of grad school, all nerves and caffeine. "Yeah," she said, tracking the dark. "Fast, too fast for wind. Get the drone up." The hum returned, louder, and the lights reappeared, 5 now, red and green, weaving a circle over the river. Her EMF meter screeched, needles pegging, and the air thickened, smelling of ozone and frost. Lars's drone buzzed overhead, its feed streaming to her tablet. The orbs shifted, dodging the craft like they knew it was there. "They're reacting," Lars said. "That's not plasma, that's deliberate." "Focus," Astrid snapped, though her own pulse raced. The lights pulsed faster, the hum deepening a rhythm, almost words, brushing her mind. "Look, deeper. Here." She blinked, shaking it off. Hallucination? Fatigue? The drone feed fritzed, static swallowing the screen, and a thud echoed metal on snow. "Lars, what?" "Drone's down," he yelled, crashed half a click west. "I'm going." The radio cut, silence swallowing his voice. Astrid grabbed her flashlight, sweeping the valley. The lights hovered, steady now, and the hum grew a chorus, layered, insistent. She trekked west, boots sinking, the glow guiding her. The drone lay crumpled in a drift, its props bent, but no burn marks, nothing to explain the crash. Lars's van sat dark, engine off, door ajar. "Lars," she called, her voice bouncing off the hills. No answer. The lights drifted closer, 10 now, circling the wreck, and the hum sharpened. "Find us. Now." A shadow moved, a man, stepping from the trees, his parka blending with the snow. Tall, gaunt, his face shadowed under a hood. He carried a metal case, glinting in her beam. "Doctor." "Lind," he said, voice flat, accented Eastern European maybe. "You're early." She gripped her flashlight like a club. "Who are you? Where's Lars?" "Safe. For now." He raised the case, clicking it open. Inside, a shard black, crystalline, etched with lines that pulsed like the lights. "They've been waiting. You woke them." The orbs surged, flaring bright, and the ground trembled, not seismic, but alive. Astrid's spectrometer sparked, smoking, and the hum roared Norwegian, old, guttural. "We guard, we call, we take." Visions flashed. A Viking ship sinking, warriors screaming, lights rising from the waves. She stumbled, the man advancing, his eyes glinting like the orbs. "They're not yours to study," he said. "They're ours to wield." The lights tightened, a ring around her, and shapes emerged within, tall, translucent, their forms fraying like mist, faces hollow, watching. One reached, its hand a shimmer, and the air burned cold. "Lars!" Astrid shouted, backing toward the van. The man laughed, the case pulsing, and the lights flared, blinding. The valley shook, snow sliding, and she knew the Hestelan lights weren't just a quirk of nature. They were a door, and she'd knocked. The blinding flare of the lights seared Astrid's vision, the hum thundering in her chest as she stumbled back toward the van, snow crunching under her boots. The translucent figures loomed closer, their hollow faces flickering like candle flames in the wind, their outstretched hands trailing mist that burned cold against her skin. The man with the case, the gaunt stranger, stood rooted, his black shard pulsing in sync with the orbs, a cruel grin splitting his shadowed face. The valley quaked, snow cascading from the ridge, and the air crackled with ozone and dread. Astrid's flashlight slipped, clattering into the drift, its beam swallowed by the glow. "Lars!" she shouted again, voice raw, the sound bouncing off the hills, only to die in the hum's roar. The van loomed 10 yards off, its open door swaying, Lars's silhouette nowhere. The stranger, wars to wield, he'd said, stepped forward, the case raised like a conductor's baton, and the lights tightened their ring around her, a cage of shimmering green and red. The hum sharpened into words. "We guard, we call, we take," and her mind reeled. Visions flashing again. A longship sinking. A Viking helm sinking into the deep lights rising from the ice to claim the lost. She lunged for the van, boots slipping, the figure's icy fingers grazing her parka. Pain flared sharp, electric, and she gasped, slamming into the driver's side. The keys dangled in the ignition. Lars's thermos tipped over, coffee pooling on the seat. "Where are you?" she hissed, yanking the door shut. The engine sputtered, then roared, and she floored it, tires spinning in the snow. The lights surged after her, a swarm now, their hum a scream that rattled the chassis. The stranger's laugh cut through, cold and clear. "You can't outrun them, Lind. They've marked you." She risked a glance. The man stood atop the ridge, case open, the shard glowing brighter, casting his shadow long and jagged. The figures flowed toward the van, their forms stretching, merging with the orbs, and the windshield frosted over, spiderwebbing with cracks. Astrid swerved, the valley a blur of white and glow, her breath fogging fast. Her radio crackled Lars's voice, faint, panicked. "Astrid, West Ridge, help." Static swallowed it, but she veered west, the hum pounding her skull. The lights kept pace, weaving patterns, spirals, lines like a code she couldn't crack. Her tablet, wedged on the dash, flickered to life, the drone feed rebooting, a grainy image of Lars, sprawled in the snow, the orbs circling him tight. "Hang on!" she yelled, though he couldn't hear. The van hit a rise, jolting her, and she spotted him, Lars, crumpled near a pine, his parka torn, glasses gone. She slammed the brakes, skidding to a stop, and leapt out, dragging a flare gun from her pack. The figures loomed, dozens now, their hum a chorus of rage and hunger. She fired, red streaking into the swarm, bursting in sparks, but they parted, unharmed, closing in again. Astrid reached Lars, hauling him up. He groaned, blood streaking his face from a gash above his eye. "Get up, Lars," she barked, slinging his arm over her shoulder. He mumbled, dazed. They took it, my watch, and she dragged him toward the van, the lights pulsing faster, the hum threading new words. "Yours, now, give." Her hand flew to her pocket, her father's pocket knife, a steel blade etched with a rune, a keepsake from her childhood hikes. It burned hot through the fabric, glowing faint green. The stranger's voice boomed from the ridge. "Give it, Lind, or they take him." The orbs tightened, one brushing Lars's leg. He screamed, collapsing, and Astrid felt it, the knife's heat, a pull like it was alive. She yanked it free, the rune flaring, and the hum shifted. Hours, return, hours. Her mind flashed, her father's tales of Hestelin, a lost Viking camp, a blade he'd found in the snow. "No," she growled, hurling it into the dark. The lights surged after it, a frenzy of green and red, and the figures recoiled, their forms fraying. The knife hit the snow, sinking, and the ground quaked a crack, splitting the drift, swallowing it whole. The hum softened, a sigh, and the orbs dimmed, drifting upward, vanishing into the sky. Lars slumped, breathing shallow, and Astrid dragged him into the van, slamming the door as the stranger's silhouette vanished from the ridge. She floored it, the valley blurring past, Lars muttering beside her. They wanted something old. He rasped, clutching his leg. Frostbite, maybe, where the orb touched. Astrid's hands shook on the wheel, the knife's absence a hollow ache. Her recorder, clipped to her belt, clicked on. February 27, 2025, 01:39. Hestdalen, West Ridge. Lights took the knife, let us go. Lars hurt, stranger gone. They're tied to something here, Viking maybe. The van hit the main road, headlights cutting the fog, and she radioed base camp Oslo's field team, 30 miles south. "Emergency Hestland, unsend medics now." Static answered, then a faint hum, not the radio, but the air threading through the cab. She glanced at Lars, His watch was gone, but her wrist burned where her own watch sat. A steel band her father had given her too. It glowed faint green, a rune etched beneath the face she'd never noticed. Dawn crept over the valley, pale and thin. The lights gone, but the hum lingering, a whisper in her bones. Astrid pulled over, checking Lars he'd live, but his eyes were wide, haunted. She grabbed her tablet, the drone feed frozen on a single frame, the stranger's case, open, the shard pulsing, and behind it, a shadow taller, cloaked, watching. The hum pulsed again, soft but sure. Not enough, the road stretched south, Oslo waiting, but Astrid's gaze drifted north back to the valley, where the lights had retreated, not vanquished. She'd given a piece, they'd taken it. But the mark remained, and she'd find its source, or it'd find her. Story 9. The Beale ciphers. Dust motes danced in the slanting light of the Lynchburg attic as Jake Carver pried open a trunk, its hinges groaning like an old man's bones. It was February 26, 2025, and the Virginia air hung thick with winter damp, seeping through the clapboard walls of his late granddad's house. Jake, a 36-year-old ex-army cryptologist with a buzz cut and a limp from a Helmand IED, wasn't here for nostalgia. He'd come for the Beale ciphers, 3 coded pages from an 1885 pamphlet, penned by a Thomas J. Beale, claiming to pinpoint a treasure of gold, silver, and jewels buried in Bedford County. Cipher 2 cracked in the 1860s, a key from the Declaration of Independence, revealing quantities: 921 pounds of gold, 5,100 of silver, but 1 and 3 still locked tight. A century of solvers stumped. Jake coughed, waving off dust, and pulled out a leather journal, his granddad's, crammed with notes on the ciphers. Pop had been obsessed, a retired history teacher turned treasure nut, scribbling theories till cancer took him last fall. The trunk held more, yellowed copies of the pamphlet, maps of Bedford's hills, a rusted key with no lock to match. Jake flipped the journal open, landing on a scrawl. Cipher 1's a map, numbers ain't words. Look where the buffalo roam. His gut twitched. Pop always said the treasure was real Beale, a frontiersman, stashing a haul from the west in 1820, leaving the codes with an innkeeper named Morris. Jake wasn't so sure, but the itch to decode it, honed by years cracking Taliban signals, wouldn't quit. His phone buzzed. Clara, his old army buddy turned tech whiz, texting from Roanoke. Found a scan of Beale's letter to Morris original, not the pamphlet. Weird mark on it. Call me. Jake dialed, lighting a cigarette. What mark? Clara's voice crackled, all caffeine and edge. Hey, Gimpy. It's a buffalo head crude, inked in the corner, not in the published stuff. Got it from a collector who's half crazy. Says it's a clue. You still chasing Pop's ghost? Maybe, Jake said, exhaling smoke. Buffalo ties to Pop's note. Send it. The scan pinged through a faded page. Beale's script tight and slanted, and there it was, a horned skull, rough as a kid's doodle. He cross-checked Cipher 1, 618 numbers, no pattern he'd cracked yet. The declaration key flopped here, every other text too. But a map. His eyes flicked to a topo map on the wall, Bedford's ridges, streams, a ghost town called Buford's Gap. He grabbed his gear laptop, the journal, A45 from his service days, and hit the road, the F-150, rattling over Route 460. Buford's Gap was a hunch once a stagecoach stop, tied to buffalo trails in pioneer lore. The sun dipped, painting the Blue Ridge gold, and Jake parked near a creek, the air crisp with pine and mud. He hiked in, boots sinking, the map crinkling in his pocket. February 26, 2025, 1632, he said into his recorder. Buford's Gap, testing Pop's theory. If one's a map, numbers might be coordinates, steps something. A rock caught his eye, flat, mossy, a faint carve, That buffalo head, weathered but clear. He knelt, brushing it clean. The stone shifted, revealing a hollow inside, a tin box, rusted shut. His pulse kicked. He pried it open with a knife, the lid screeching. A parchment, brittle but legible numbers, 618 matching cipher 1. And below, a sketch, a ridge, a tree, a crosshair over a cave. "Holy shit," he muttered, snapping photos. The numbers weren't a cipher, they were a count, a path. He pasted out 618 steps north, hitting a gnarled oak. Its trunk split like lightning struck it. The ground dipped, a sinkhole yawning, and he swept his flashlight stone walls, a tunnel man-made. His recorder hummed, found a lead cave under the oak. Beale's stash? A twig snapped. Jake drew the 45, spinning. A man stepped from the trees, tall, grizzled, his denim coat patched, eyes sharp under a Stetson. "Carver," he said, voice gravelly. "You're late." Jake tensed. "Who are you?" "Name's Holt," he said, hands raised but steady. "Been tracking this longer than you." "That box?" "It's bait. You're not the first to bite." He nodded at the cave. "Go in. You don't come out whole." "Bull," Jake said, though his neck prickled. "You after the gold?" Holt laughed, dry as dust. "Gold's the least of it. Beale didn't bury treasure, he buried a lock. You've got the key." He tapped his temple, then pointed at the parchment. The air shifted heavy, warm, a hum rising from the sinkhole, low and steady, like a heartbeat in the earth. Jake's flashlight flickered, the beam catching glints in the cave metal, not stone. The hum grew, a whisper threading through seek. Open, pay. His head spun, flashes hitting him. A wagon train ambushed, men in coonskin caps hauling chests. A figure, carving numbers by firelight. He stumbled, the parchment glowing faint glyphs, not numbers, pulsing under the ink. Holt stepped closer. "You hear it, don't you? It's awake now." The ground trembled, dirt sifting from the oak's roots, and shadows moved in the cave, tall, blurred, their edges fraying like smoke. One turned, its face a void, and raised a hand, beckoning. Clara's jeep roared up the trail, headlights slashing the dusk. She piled out, laptop in hand, yelling, "Jake, what the hell?" She froze, spotting Holt, the cave, the glow. "Tell me that's not real." "It's real," Jake said, voice tight. The hum surged, the shadows stepping into the light, ragged coats. Hollow eyes, rifles glinting. Holt grinned, pulling a knife, its blade etched with that buffalo head. "You opened it, Carver," he said. "Now it wants its due." The hum pulsed louder, a living throb rising from the sinkhole as the shadows stepped fully into the dusk, their ragged forms solidifying under the oak's twisted canopy. Jake Carver's, 45, steadied in his grip, the barrel trained on Holt, whose buffalo-etched knife glinted with a menace that matched his grin. The air thickened, smelling of damp earth and gunpowder, the glow from the parchment in Jake's other hand flaring brighter glyphs pulsing beneath the numbers, a secret older than Beale's tale. Clara's headlights cut the scene, her jeep idling behind, but she stood frozen, laptop clutched like a shield, her voice a hiss. "Jake, what the hell did you dig up?" "Stay back, Clara," Jake barked, eyes flicking between Holt and the shadows. 6, 7 now, their coonskin caps and tattered coats straight out of his vision, rifles slung low, but glinting real enough. The hum sharpened into words, seek, open, pay, and his skull buzzed, flashes hitting again, blood-soaked dirt, a chest slamming shut, Beale's face grim as he scratched numbers by a dying fire. The shadows moved, deliberate, their void faces fixed on him, hands outstretched, like they'd drag him into the cave. Holt laughed, a dry rasp that cut the hum. "You're the key. Carver your blood, your find. They've been waiting since 20 locked in that hole. Beale didn't stash gold, he trapped. For my." He twirled the knife, stepping closer. unbothered by the 45. I've hunted this longer than your pop knew you'd crack it. Back off. Halt, Jake growled, finger tightening on the trigger. The shadows loomed, their rifles rising, and the ground quaked, dirt spilling into the sinkhole. The oak groaning as roots snapped. Clara darted forward, slamming her laptop shut, and yanked a tire iron from the Jeep. Jake, shoot him or move, we're not dying here. Holt lunged, knife slashing, and Jake fired 2 shots, chest and shoulder. Holt staggered, blood blooming dark on his denim, but he didn't drop, just grinned wider. The knife, steady. Ain't that easy, he rasped, and the hum surged. A roar now, the shadows closing in. Jake ducked, the blade grazing his arm, and Clara swung the tire iron, cracking Holt's knee. He buckled, cursing, and Jake kicked the knife free, sending it spinning into the sinkhole. The shadows froze, their rifles lowering, heads tilting as the hum shifted. Pay. Now, pay. The parchment flared, burning Jake's hand, and he dropped it, the glyphs searing into the dirt. A crack split the earth, wider, the glow pulsing red, and Holt scrambled up, laughing through bloodied teeth. Too late, Carver, it's loose. The shadows surged, not for Jake but Holt, their hands clamping his arms, dragging him toward the cave. He thrashed, boots digging furrows, but they pulled him in, his scream swallowed by the dark. Jake grabbed Clara, hauling her back as the sinkhole widened, the oak teetering. Run! They bolted, the Jeep rocking as they dove in, Clara gunning the engine. The ground buckled, a roar erupting, not stone, but voices, layered and furious, spilling from the cave. Jake's flashlight caught it a chest, iron banded, rising from the depths, glyphs glowing on its lid, matching the parchment spiral. The shadows re-emerged, guarding it, their void faces turning to him, rifles raised but still. Clara swerved onto the trail, tires spitting gravel, the glow shrinking in the rear view. What was that? She panted, hands shaking on the wheel. Those things, Holt, they took him. He wanted it, Jake said, voice rough, checking his arm. Blood, shallow, but the sting was nothing to the hum still buzzing in his skull. Beale didn't bury treasure, he sealed something. The ciphers were a lock, and I turned it. He pulled his recorder, thumbing it on. February 27, 2025, 1809. Buford's Gap. Found a box. A path opened a cave. Holt's gone. Shadows came. Chests down there, glowing. The Jeep hit pavement. Lynchburg's lights flickering ahead, but Jake's eyes stayed on the ridge dark. Now, silent, the hum of faint echo. Clara gripped her phone, texting fast. I'm calling my NSA guy, this is beyond us. That chest. You think it's the gold? No, Jake said, fishing the journal from his pack. Pop's scrawl stared back, where the buffalo roam, and a sketch, faint, of a chest with that spiral. Not gold. Something worse. His phone buzzed Clara's scan of Beale's letter, the buffalo head stark in the corner. He zoomed in a spiral hid in the horns, subtle, missed till now. They pulled into a diner lot, neon buzzing, the night settling cold and heavy. Jake flipped cipher 3, 2157 numbers, uncracked, comparing it to the parchment's 618. Steps got me to the cave, he muttered. 3 might say what's in it. Clara booted her laptop, algorithms humming, but the hum pulsed again, not the screen, but his chest, where a scar from the IED glowed faint under his shirt, a spiral he'd never noticed. A truck rumbled past, beat up, familiar, Holt's Stetson in the window. Jake's gut clenched. He's not gone, he said, standing, 45 in hand. Clara followed, tire iron ready, as the hum whispered, "Pay more, pay." The diner's lights flickered, shadows shifting in the lot, not truckers, but taller, frayed, rifles glinting. Jake gripped the journal, voice steady on the recorder. It's not over. They're out, and they're coming. Beale's lock's broken, I'll fix it, or die trying. The shadows turned, void faces locking on him, and the hunt was back on. Story 10. The wow. Signal. The hum of the Allen telescope array thrummed through the control room, a low heartbeat under the California night as Riley Voss hunched over her console, eyes burning from too much screen time. It was February 26, 2025, just past 3 a.m., and the Hat Creek Observatory sat quiet, its dishes tilted skyward like giant ears. Riley, a 33-year-old astrophysicist with a buzz cut and a caffeine habit, had been chasing signals since grad school SETI's dream of alien chatter, her ticket out of a dead-end postdoc. The wow. Signal was her obsession. August 15, 1977, a 72-second blast from Sagittarius, caught by Ohio's Big Ear Telescope, strong, narrowband, unexplained. A comet, skeptics said in 2017, but Riley didn't buy it. Comets didn't scream like that. Her monitor flickered, data streaming from the array radio waves, cosmic noise, the usual static of the universe. She sipped cold coffee, rubbing her neck where a tattoo of the signal's waveforms snaked under her collar. "Come on," she muttered, tweaking the filters. The wow had hit at 1420 MHz hydrogen's frequency, a cosmic sweet spot, and she'd pointed the array at Chi Sagittarii, its old haunt, on a hunch. X was lit up tonight with posts. Wow, 2.0 tonight. Dreamers and cranks, sure, but her gut said something was brewing. A spike jolted the screen sharp, clean, 1420, MHz dead on. Riley's mug clattered, coffee splashing. "No way," she breathed, hands flying over keys. The signal pulsed, 72 seconds ticking, then cut a perfect echo of 77. Her recorder snapped on. February 26, 2025, 03:14 staged, Hat Creek. Signal detected, same bandwidth, same duration. It's back. She zoomed in, structured, not noise, a pattern weaving through the peaks. Her pulse raced. Not a satellite, not a plane. The door banged open. Mateo, her night shift tech, stumbled in, all gangly limbs and bedhead. "Riley, you see this?" Array's freaking dish 3 just slewed off axis. "Dish 3's fine," she said, eyes locked on the data. "This is it, Mateo the wow." Again, the screen flickered, the signal's tail curling into glyphs, dots, lines, a spiral. Her breath hitched. "That's not natural, that's deliberate." Mateo peered over her shoulder, paling. "Aliens? You're kidding. Or something," she said, saving the file. She pinged the raw data to her SETI contact, Dr. Patel in Berkeley, but the hum kicked up low, resonant, bleeding through the speakers. The room vibrated, coffee rippling, and the glyphs pulsed faster, sharper, like a code begging to be cracked. A thud rocked the building. Mateo yelped, grabbing the desk. "Earthquake?" But Riley's gut said no, the hum was inside her skull. Now, a whisper threading through. "Elle, listen. Find us." She clutched her head, flashes hitting stars, wheeling, a red dwarf pulsing, a shape slicing the void. The monitor fritzed, static resolving into a star field, Sagittarius, Chi-Sag at the center, and something else, a shadow, angular, moving. "Riley!" Mateo shouted, pointing. The array's live feed showed the dishes tilting, unprompted, locking on a point. The hum spiked, a chorus English, fractured, we call. "You hear, come." Her tattoo burned, itching like it was alive, and she yanked her collar down. The ink glowed faint blue, mirroring the screen spiral. Headlights slashed the dark outside a black SUV, roared up, tires crunching gravel. 2 suits piled out crisp, government issue, badges flashing under floodlights. "Voss," one barked, a woman with a buzz cut sharper than Riley's. "Step away now." Riley stood, hands up, the signal looping on screen. "Who are you?" "This is my lab, Agent Kessler, NSA." the woman said, eyes cold. Her partner, a stocky guy with a buzzed scalp, hauled a laptop, typing fast. That signal's classified. You've tripped something. Classified? Riley snapped. It's public 1977 open data, not this one, Kessler said, nodding at the screen. The glyphs flared, the hum surging, and the dishes groaned, metal straining. Matteo backed toward the door, but Kessler's partner blocked him. Stay put, kid. You're in it now. The window rattled, the starfield shifting a shape, resolving, hexagonal, glinting like obsidian. Riley's vision blurred, the whisper roaring. We see. You see. Now, the SUV's radio crackled outside, no static, but a voice, mechanical, precise, coordinates received. Prepare, Kessler swore, grabbing her radio. Shut it down, full blackout. But the hum drowned her, the glyphs spiraling faster, and the shadow on screen grew edges sharp, lights pulsing along its hull. Riley stumbled to the window, the valley glowing not stars, but orbs, dozens, rising from the hills, mirroring the signal's beat. It's not a signal, she whispered, the tattoo searing. It's a reply. The orbs surged, the shape loomed, and the night split open. The night shattered as the orbs pulsed brighter, their glow flooding the Hat Creek control room with an eerie blue that drowned the monitor's flicker. Riley Voss pressed against the window, her tattoo searing under her skin, the spiral on her neck mirroring the glyphs spiraling across the screen. The hum roared now, a symphony of voices, mechanical and ancient, threading through her skull. We see, you see, now. The hexagonal shadow on the starfield feed loomed larger, its edges glinting like polished obsidian, lights along its hull blinking in a rhythm that synced with the orbs rising from the valley. Agent Kessler's shout cut through, shut it down, but the array's dishes groaned louder, locked on that unseen point in Sagittarius, defying every command. Matteo stumbled back, knocking over a chair, his voice a rasp. Riley, what is that thing? It's not just a signal, it's here. His hands shook, fumbling for his phone, but the screen fritzed, static swallowing his lock screen. Kessler's partner, Stocky, Riley dubbed him, slammed his laptop shut, barking into a radio. Perimeter breach lockdown now. The SUV's headlights flared outside, but the orbs surged closer, weaving a net around the observatory, their hum a physical weight pressing the walls. Riley's breath fogged the glass, her mind racing. It's not attacking, it's responding. She spun to Kessler, the NSA agent's pistol now drawn, aimed at the ceiling like it had stopped the sky. You knew this was coming, classified, you said. What's it tied to? Kessler's jaw tightened, eyes darting to the orbs. 1977 wasn't a fluke. We caught fragments orders to bury it. Something out there's been listening, and you just rang its doorbell. She jerked her head at Stocky. Kill the feed, cut power if you have to. Stocky lunged for the console, yanking cables. But the screens flared brighter, the glyphs resolving a map, stars aligning, Chi Sagittarii pulsing red at the core. The hum spiked, words slamming into Riley. Come, find us. Her vision blurred flashes of a red dwarf, a craft slicing space. Faces not human, peering through a void. She clutched her head, the tattoo burning blue, and staggered toward the door. It's calling us, me! Riley, no! Matteo grabbed her arm, but she shook him off, bolting outside. The cold hit hard, the valley a cauldron of light, the orbs circling tighter hundreds. Now, some small as fireflies, others big as cars, their glow pulsing in sync with her tattoo. The SUV rocked as Kessler and Stocky piled out, shouting, but the hum drowned them. A chorus now. We wait. You come. Now. The ground trembled, not seismic, but alive, the array's dishes creaking as they tilted sharper, aiming at the shadow overhead. Riley's recorder snapped on, voice shaking but steady. February 27, 2025, 03:27 Staced. Hat Creek. The wow. It's back, it's a craft, a summons. Orbs everywhere, NSA here. It's not just a signal, it's them. She squinted skyward, the hexagonal shape hung low. No sound, but its presence crushing. Lights along its hull flaring red, green, blue. The orbs surged upward, merging with it, and a beam lanced down, not light, but a ripple, bending air, hitting the ridge where she stood. She stumbled, the beam warm, not burning, and the hum softened. Step, see, us. Her boots lifted, an inch, then two, gravity slipping. Kessler fired, the shot echoing uselessly, and Matteo screamed, "Riley!" She twisted, recorder slipping, and saw them faces in the orbs, not human, eyes wide and ancient, beckoning. The beam pulled harder, her tattoo glowing blinding, and she laughed, wild and raw SET eyes. Dream, her nightmare, inescapable. Stockade tackled the array's power box, ripping fuses, and the dishes shuddered, grinding to a halt. The beam snapped off, Riley crashing to the snow, gasping, the craft's shadow pulsing once before fading into the stars. The orbs winked out, the hum fading to a whisper, "Not yet. We wait." Kessler hauled her up, pistol pressed to her ribs. "Move, Voss, this ends now." "No," Riley rasped, wrenching free, her tattoo dimming but alive. "It's just starting." She grabbed the recorder from the drift, rewinding her voice, then static, then a new sound, coordinates, precise, spoken in that mechanical tone. 1950 Threm 27s, 26, 57. Sagittarius, exact, a point beyond Chi-Sag. Her pulse raced. They gave us a map. Matteo staggered out, clutching his phone, working now, the feed gone. "Riley, you're crazy, they almost took you." Kessler's radio crackled back up, 10 minutes out, but her glare stayed on Riley, cold as the night. "You've got a choice, Voss," she said. "Walk away, or we bury you with this." "That thing's not your pen pal, it's a threat." Riley wiped snow from her face, grinning despite the ache. "Threat or not, it's talking. I'm listening." She pocketed the recorder, the coordinates burned into her mind. The array sat silent, dishes dark, but the sky stretched endless. A faint hum threading the stars, watching, waiting. Dawn crept over Hat Creek, gray and sharp, the valley still but not empty. Riley climbed into Matteo's van, ignoring Kessler's glare, her tattoo itching faint a mark, a call. She'd heard the wow, again, seen its source, and it wasn't done. The coordinates pulsed in her head, a beacon beyond the void, and she'd follow it or it'd come back for her. Story 11, the Kensington runestone. Frost crunched under Ethan Holt's boots as he trudged through the Minnesota woods, the February wind slicing through his parka. It was February 26, 2025, just past dawn, and the Douglas County air bit like a blade. The sky, a flat gray over skeletal oaks. Ethan, a 37-year-old history professor with a scruffy beard and a limp from a car wreck, had driven up from Minneapolis on a hunch. The Kensington runestone, 13 inches of grey whacker, dug up by a farmer named Olaf Oman in 1898, sat in a museum. Now, its runes telling a wild tale. 8 Goths and 22 Norwegians, 1,362. 10 men red with blood and dead. Scholars called it a hoax, a Swedish immigrant's prank, but Ethan wasn't so sure. His granddad, a local nut for Viking lore, swore it was real, said the land remembered. Ethan stopped at a clearing, the spot where Oman's poplar tree once pinned the stone, roots clutching it like a secret. He'd pored over the runes, hacked with a chisel, mixing Norse and medieval Swedish, hinting at a camp 14 days' journey from the sea, Lake Superior maybe, or crazier, a lost inland route. His pack-clinked camera, notebook, a GPR unit borrowed from a geology pal. February 26, 2025, 0713, he said into his recorder. Oman's farm, Grid 45N95W. Testing a theory runes might mark more than a grave. His phone buzzed Lena, his grad student, texting from the U. Found a diary scan, Omen's kid, 1899. Says he saw ghost lights where the stone was. Creepy stuff. Ethan smirked, typing back. Lights, huh? Keep digging. Lena was a skeptic. All data and no whimsy. But Ethan felt the pull tales of Norse explorers, Templar fugitives, a slab too heavy for a farmer to fake alone. He fired up the GPR, its screen glowing as he swept the ground. The stone story nagged him 10 dead, a skirmish with savages, maybe Dakota or Ojibwe. No artifacts backed it, just the runes, but the GPR beeped a void, shallow, 10 feet west. He grabbed a shovel, the frozen earth resisting, and dug. Sweat beaded despite the cold, and the blade clinked metal. He cleared dirt, revealing a rusted axe head, its half-rotted runes faint along the edge. Hakon. Holy hell, he muttered, snapping photos. Hakon, a Norse name, common in sagas. The axe was crude, 14th century vibes, not a modern knockoff. His recorder hummed. Found an artifact axe, runic, could tie to the stone's crew. The air shifted thicker, colder, a hum rising from the hole, low and steady, like a chant under ice. A twig snapped. Ethan spun, shovel raised. A man stepped from the trees, tall, lean, his coat patched, grey eyes sharp under a knit cap. "Halt," he said, voice rough as gravel. "You're stirring old dirt." Ethan tensed. "Who are you?" "Call me Rune," he said, hands in pockets but stance coiled. "That axe? It's trouble. Leave it be." "Trouble's my job," Ethan said, gripping the shovel. "This proves the stone Vikings here, 1362. You a treasure hunter?" Rune laughed, a dry bark. "Treasure's long gone. They didn't come for gold, they came to bury something." He nodded at the hole. "You're close now. Too close." The hum spiked, a whisper threading through Norse. Old, guttural, guard, blood, stay. Ethan's head spun, flashes hitting. A longship beached, men in furs hacking runes. A figure plunging an axe into dirt. He stumbled, the axe glowing faint glyphs pulsing, spiraling like the stone's script. Rune stepped closer. "Hear it, don't you? It's awake." The ground trembled, snow sifting, and shadows flickered in the trees, tall, blurred, clad in mail, helms horned. One turned, its face a void, axe raised like a mirror to Ethan's find. Lena's Prius roared up the trail, headlights slashing the gloom. She piled out, laptop in hand, yelling, "Ethan, I got." She froze, spotting Rune. The axe, the shadows. "What the hell?" "Proof," Ethan said, voice tight. The hum surged, the shadows advancing silent, deliberate, their eyes glinting red. Rune pulled a knife, its blade etched with runes, and grinned. "You dug it up, Holt," he said. "Now it wants its keepers back." The hum roared through the clearing, a bone-deep chant that shook the snow from the oaks as the horned shadows closed in, their red eyes blazing like embers in the dusk. Ethan Holt gripped the rusted axe head, its runic glyphs pulsing faint under his fingers. The Norse whisper, "Guard, blood, stay," clawing at his skull. Rune stood poised, his etched knife glinting, that feral grin splitting his grizzled face, while Lena's headlights cast jagged beams, her Prius idling a dozen yards off. She clutched her laptop, eyes wide, voice cracking over the hum. "Ethan, what the hell are those things?" "Get back to the car," Ethan shouted, shovel raised like a shield as the shadows advanced. 8, 10 now, their mailed forms shimmering like frost on glass, axes and swords drawn. The air thickened, smelling of iron and cold earth, the ground trembling under their silent steps. Rune laughed, a wild rasp, and lunged not at the shadows, but Ethan, his knife slashing for the axe head. "It's mine," "Halt, give it." Ethan dodged, the blade nicking his parka, and swung the shovel, catching Rune's arm with a dull thunk. The man staggered, cursing, but the shadows surged, their void faces fixed on Ethan, hands outstretched, like they'd drag him into the earth. The hum spiked. Blood, pay, blood, and his vision blurred. A Viking camp aflame, runes hacked into stone, 10 bodies strewn red in the snow. He shook it off, shouting, "Lena, move!" She darted for the Prius, dropping her laptop, but a shadow loomed, its axe arcing down. Ethan fired his. 38 yanked from his pack, barking twice the shots punching through, mist spilling from the thing's chest. It frayed, dissolving, but more took its place. Their hum, a chorus of rage. Rune scrambled up, knife flashing, and Ethan tackled him, pinning him in the snow. "What are they, what I wake?" Rune spat, blood grinning through it. "Guardians Beale's crew bound to the stone. You found their mark, now they want you." He twisted, kicking free, and the ground cracked, a fissure snaking from the hole where the axe lay. The shadows froze, heads tilting, and a glow pulsed red, deep, rising from the earth. Lena screamed from the car, "Ethan, it's opening!" He spun, the fissure widened, the hum a roar now, and a slab breached the snow, not greywacke, but black, etched with runes spiraling inward, glowing like molten iron. The shadows knelt, their weapons clattering, and the whisper shifted, "Stay, guard, ours." Ethan's axe head flared, tugging his hand, and he dropped it, the metal clanging on the slab. Rune lunged for it, but a shadow rose, swift and silent, its hand clamping his throat. He choked, knife falling, and the others swarmed him, dragging him toward the fissure. "No, wait!" Rune rasped, boots digging, but they pulled him down. His scream cut off as the earth swallowed him whole. The slab pulsed once, then dimmed, the shadows sinking back, their red eyes fading except one, lingering, its void face locked on Ethan. He stumbled to Lena, her Prius rumbling, and dove in as she floored it, tires spinning in the snow. The clearing shrank behind, the hum softening, but his chest buzzed the axe's echo, a mark he couldn't shake. February 27, 2025, 17:49. He panted into the recorder, hands shaking. Kensington site. Found an axe. Woke something, Guardians. Vikings. Runes gone. Slabs out. They let us go for now. Lena swerved onto the highway, breath fogging. That wasn't a hoax. Those things were real. "What's the slab?" "A seal," Ethan said, rubbing his hand where the axe's glow lingered. The stone wasn't a story, it was a lock. Hakon's crew didn't die, they stayed. He pulled his notebook, sketching the slab's runes, spirals, crosses, a buffalo head like Oman's kid saw. Lena's laptop, cracked but alive, flickered on the dash, her diary scan glowing. A child's scrawl. Lights danced, men sang, ground ate them. Headlights flared ahead, a truck, beat up, pulling off the road. Ethan tensed the driver's cap, runes knit, but the face was wrong, shadowed, too still. "He's back," he muttered, gripping the 38. Lena floored it, passing, but the hum pulsed faint, insistent. "Stay, more, stay." The woods stretched endless, the slabs glow, a memory in the dark. They hit Alexandria, a diner's neon buzzing, and pulled over, the night settling cold. Ethan flipped the recorder, voice steady despite the shake. "They're not done, runes out, or something's wearing him. The stone's just the start." He glanced at Lena, her jaw set, then the highway north, where the slab waited, whispering. His limp ached, but his resolve burned. The Vikings had marked this land, and he'd unmark it, or join them. Story 12. The Rongorongo script. The wind howled across Easter Island, whipping salt spray against Mara Teva's face as she stood on the cliffs of Rano Kau, the Pacific stretching endless and black below. It was February 26, 2025, just past dusk, and the air hummed with the weight of isolation. Rapa Nui, a speck 2,000 miles from Chile, felt like the edge of the world. Mara, a 34-year-old Polynesian anthropologist with a scar snaking up her arm from a reef dive, had come chasing the Rongorongo script glyphs etched into driftwood tablets found in the 1860s by missionaries. Birds, fish, spirals, humanoid figures. 24 tablets survived, their meaning a void. A calendar, a chant, a history. Scholars bickered, but Mara felt it in her blood, her Rapa Nui grandmother whispering tales of the talking wood that held the island's soul. She adjusted her headlamp, its beam slicing the volcanic dark, and descended into Orongo, the ceremonial village perched above the crater lake. Her pack-clinked camera, notebook, a GPR unit borrowed from a Santiago colleague. The last tablet, Tablet T, sat in a Rome museum, but Mara hunted here rumors of a lost cache, buried when the island's chiefs fell to slavers and disease in the 1860s. February 26, 2025, 1943, she said into her recorder. Orongo, grid 27S, 109W, testing a lead old fisherman's story, a cave under the Birdman stones. Her phone buzzed. Koa, her research partner, texting from Hangaroa, found a 19th sea log. French trader saw glowing marks near Orongo. Crackpot or clue? Mara grinned, typing back, glows my kind of crazy, stay sharp. Koa, a Hawaiian linguist with a knack for old texts, doubted her cave hunch, but Mara trusted her gut. Rongorongo wasn't just art, it sang. She reached the stone huts, their basalt walls etched with birdman carvings. Tangata Manu, winners of a brutal race for the first sooty turn egg. The GPR hummed, scanning the ground, and beeped a void, shallow, beneath a slab, marked with a fish glyph. She pried it up, muscles straining, revealing a hollow inside, a wooden tablet 6 inches long, its surface packed with Rongorongo, a bird, a crescent, a figure with outstretched arms. Her breath caught. Jackpot, she whispered, snapping photos. The wood felt warm, heavier than it should, and the air thick and humid, electric, like a storm brewing in the cave. A shadow loomed. Mara spun, clutching the tablet, to face a man at the slab's edge, tall, weathered, his skin tattooed with Polynesian swirls, eyes dark under a straw hat. Tiva, he said, voice low, accented Rapa Nui, old school. You've found it. She stood, dirt smudging her shorts. Who are you? This is my dig. Name's Tane, he said, stepping closer. His shirt fluttered, patched, but clean. That's not yours to take. It's ours to guard. He nodded at the tablet, a flicker of something, fear, maybe crossing his face. Mara's grip tightened. It's history, lost history. I'm not stealing it. I'm saving it. Her hand brushed her walkie, but Tane's stare stopped her deep, piercing, like he saw through her. You'll hear it soon, he said. Before she could snap back, a hum rose, not wind, not waves, but a pulse thrumming from the tablet. It vibrated, the glyphs glowing faint green, and the sound wormed into her skull, layered, rhythmic, a chant in a tongue she felt but didn't know. Her vision blurred, the cliffs tilting, and flashes hit, a canoe sinking, men carving wood by firelight, a figure raising a tablet to the stars. She staggered, the tablet slipping. Tane lunged, but Koa's shout cut through Mara, and he roared up on a dirt bike, dust flying, a machete strapped to his back. Tane dodged, vanishing behind a stone, his laugh echoing. You've woken it, Tiva. Good luck. Koa skidded to a stop, panting. You okay? Who was that? Mara shook her head, the hum fading but her heart pounding. Tane knows this thing. She held up the tablet, its glow dimming. It's no logbook. It's alive. She flipped it a crack on the back, a glint of obsidian inside, etched with more glyphs, spiraling inward. Night deepened. The crater lake a dark mirror. Back at their tent, Koa pored over photos while Mara transcribed the glyphs, her recorder rolling. February 26, 2025, Orongo Cave. New tablet Rongorongo match. It reacted, hummed, glowed. Tane's warning. She paused, those flashes gnawing at her. Rapa Nui lore danced in her mind. Hotu Matua, the first king. Moai statues guarding spirits. Was this their voice? The tent shook a crack, sharp, like stone splitting. Mara grabbed the tablet, rushing out. The cliffs glowed faint, greenish, veins pulsing under the earth. Figures emerged from the dark, tall, silent, their forms shimmering like sea glass, heads crowned with feathers, eyes glinting gold. They moved toward her, hands outstretched, slow and deliberate. Tane's crew? Koa whispered, gripping the machete. But Mara's gaze locked on the tablet, its hum a chorus, now words. Ancient, urgent, speak, protect, rise. The figures stopped, heads tilting, and a voice rasped through the wind, not theirs, but the island's. You hold the song of the lost. Sing, or it sings for you. The glow flared, the ground quaked, and Mara knew this wasn't just a script. It was a call, and she'd answered. The greenish glow pulsed brighter, threading through the volcanic cliffs of Orongo like veins in Livingstone. As the feathered figures advanced, their golden eyes glinting with a hunger older than the island itself. Mara Teva clutched the Rongorongo tablet, its hum vibrating through her bones, a rising chorus of ancient voices. Speak, protect, rise. The earth's own rasp cut the wind. Or sing, or it sings for you. And her scar burned, a phantom ache from the reef that felt tied to this moment. Koa stood beside her, machete raised, his breath fogging fast in the Pacific chill, voice tight. Mara, we're surrounded, what do we do? Her mind raced, the tablet's weight anchoring her as the figures closed in 10, 12 now, their sea glass forms shimmering, hands outstretched, like they'd pluck her soul from her chest. The hum sharpened. Words she didn't know but felt, Rapa Nui, primal slamming into her, aka Vai, Atua. She gasped, stumbling back, the glyphs flaring green under her fingers. Koa. It's talking, I hear it. Her anthropologist's brain clawed for meaning, aka could be root, Vai, water, Atua. Gods, but the chant was alive, pulling at her blood. Talk back. Koa barked, swinging the machete as a figure lunged. The blade sliced through, mist spilling from its chest, but it reformed, its gold eyes unblinking. The ground quaked, the crater lake rippling, and the glow surged, cracks splitting the basalt. Light seeping up like blood from a wound. Mara's head spun, flashes hitting. A Rapa Nui priest carving glyphs, a canoe sinking under a red sky, tablets flung into the sea as screams echoed. She steadied herself, shouting into the wind, aka Vai Atua. The figures froze, their feathered crowns tilting as one. The hum softened a sigh, almost threading new words. You speak, you hold, guard. The tablet pulsed, its glow dimming, and the figures stepped back, their hands lowering, though their eyes stayed locked on her. The ground stilled, the cracked ceiling, and the island's voice rasped once more. Protect, or it takes. The tablet went cold, its weight settling, and the figures shimmered, sinking into the earth, leaving only the wind and the distant crash of waves. Mara sank to her knees, panting, the tablet clutched tight. Koa dropped the machete, wiping sweat from his brow. What the hell was that? You just sang it off? I spoke, she said, voice raw, staring at the tablet. It listened, her mind churned, aka Vai Atua, a fragment of the lost tongue, a command or a plea. Had the Rapa Nui sealed something here, a spirit or a curse, with these glyphs? Tane's warning echoed. You've woken it. The cracks in the stone glowed faintly still, a thread stretching east toward Ahu Tongariki, where the Moai stood watch. Footsteps crunched behind. Mara spun, Koa grabbing the machete, as Tane emerged from the dark, no hat now, his tattooed arms bare, a glint of obsidian in his hand, matching the tablet's core. He clapped slowly, a smirk curling his lips. Good voice, Tiva. Didn't think you'd find it so quick. He stepped closer, unbothered by Koa's blade. That's one of 5. The script's a chain, this links it. Mara stood, shielding the tablet. Who are you? What's it chaining? I'm a watcher, Tane said, eyes narrowing. Like my fathers before, the Rapa Nui didn't just fall, they broke them. Locked them under the island with ease. He nodded at the tablet. You freed one link. 4 wait and they're stirring now. Koa edged forward, machete low. Back off, watcher. She's not handing it over. Tane chuckled, stepping back. She will, when the Moai call. Check your east. He melted into the shadows, his footsteps fading, and Mara's phone buzzed KOAs. Tent laptop. Still live, flickered on its own. The screen showed a map. Rapa Nui's coast. A point pulsing at Tongariki. A second flaring near Poik. Poik, Mara whispered, the eastern cape clicking into place. The Rapa Nui's collapse disease, slavers, ecological ruin hid something darker. She grabbed her recorder, voice steady despite the tremor in her gut. February 27, 2025, 02:19. Orongo. Tablets alive spoke to it. Figures came, retreated. Tane says it's one of 5, a chain. Tongariki and Poik next. Koa zipped the tent, eyeing the cliffs. We need backup museum, Navy, someone. This is nuts. No, Mara said, packing the tablet. Its obsidian glint a silent promise. We go to Tongariki. If he's right, we stop it there, or it stops us. The walkie crackled static, then hum, faint but growing. Voices threaded through, aka protect. Rise, not hers, not Tane's, but many, echoing from the deep. Dawn broke over Rapa Nui, gold and fierce, the Moai looming silent on their Ahu. Mara and Koa piled into his bike, the tablet stashed in her pack. The road east wound past stone giants, the hum a shadow in her ears. She glanced back. Tane's silhouette stood atop Rano Cow, watching. A second figure beside him, cloaked and still. The tablet twitched, a single glyph glowing, a bird, wings spread. The bike roared on, Orongo fading, but Mara felt it, the island's pulse, waking. The Rongo wasn't just a script, it was a song, a lock, and she'd sung the first note. Whatever waited at Tongariki, at Poik, it was rising and she'd face it, or fall with it. Story 13. The Great Pyramid's Void. Dust swirled in the torchlight as Zara Hassan crept through the Grand Gallery, the Great Pyramid stones pressing close, their weight a silent roar. It was February 26, 2025, just past midnight, and the Giza Plateau lay still under a crescent moon, the desert air crisp with secrets. Zara, a 32-year-old Egyptian archaeologist with dark eyes and a scar across her knuckles from a dig site brawl, had slipped past the guards, bribed with a wad of Egyptian pounds to chase the void. In 2017, one scanners spotted it, a cavity 100 feet long, lurking above this sloping corridor, unseen for millennia. A tomb, a trap. Egyptology buzzed, but no one had breached it. Zara aimed to change that. Her pack clinked camera, sonar, a pry bar tool she'd smuggled from Cairo University, where her peers mocked her void fever. She adjusted her headscarf, sweat beading despite the chill, and climbed the gallery's ramps, her boots echoing on limestone worn smooth by ancient hands. February 26, 2025, 0017, she whispered into her recorder. Grand Gallery, targeting the void's access. Morn data says it's 30 meters up, east wall. Let's crack this tomb open. Her phone buzzed. Amir, her tech-savvy cousin, texting from base camp, found a 19th CS sketch French explorer saw shadows moving above the gallery. Crackpot or clue? Zara smirked, typing back. Shadows fit my vibe. Stay sharp. Amir doubted her hunch. An unmarked shaft, missed by centuries of looters, but Zara felt it. The pyramid wasn't done talking. She reached the east wall, sonar pinging a hollow, faint but real, behind a block etched with a faint ank. She wedged the pry bar in, muscles straining, and the stone shifted, revealing a slit dark, narrow, smelling of dry earth and something sharper, like burnt myrrh. Her torch beam caught Glint's quartz flecks, maybe, and a hum rose, low and steady, vibrating through her boots. Gotcha, she muttered, widening the gap. A shaft angled up, rough-hewn, just wide enough to crawl. A rustle behind her. Zara spun, torch slashing the dark, to face a man at the gallery's base, tall, wiry, his linen suit pristine despite the dust, eyes glinting under a fedora. Dr. Hassan, he said, voice smooth as Nile silt. You're bold. She gripped the pry bar. Who are you? This is restricted. Call me Salim, he said, climbing closer. I've watched this place longer than you. That void, it's not for you. He nodded at the shaft, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Zara's jaw tightened. It's for history. Back off, I'm not here to loot. Her hand brushed her walkie, but Salim's stare stopped her deep, ancient, like he'd seen the pyramid rise. You'll hear it soon, he said. Before she could snap back, the hum surged, not wind, not stone settling, but a pulse, thrumming from the shaft. It rattled her torch, the beam flickering, and a sound wormed into her skull, layered, resonant, like a chant in old Egyptian she almost grasped. Her vision swam, the gallery tilting, and flashes hit, a procession in torchlight, men hauling slabs, a figure in a falcon mask sealing a chamber. She stumbled, the pry bar clanging. Salim lunged, but Amir's shout cut through Zara, and he burst in from the entrance, flashlight swinging, a stun gun in hand. Salim dodged, vanishing down the gallery, his laugh echoing. You've stirred it, Hassan. Good luck. Amir reached her, panting. You okay? Who was that? Zara shook her head, the hum fading but her pulse racing. Salim knows this place. And this. She pointed at the shaft, its dark mouth gaping. It's alive. She swept her sonar reading spiked, a void 100 feet long, but something moved inside, a shadow on the screen, too big for bats. Night deepened, the pyramid a hulking silhouette. Back at the shaft, Amir rigged a camera drone, while Zara sketched the Ankh, a recorder rolling. February 26, 2025, East Wall breach. Found entry hummed, reacted. Salim's warning. She paused, those flashes gnawing at her. Pyramid texts danced in her mind, Khufu's ascent to the stars, Osiris guarding the dead. Was this his secret? The drone buzzed up, its feed crackling on Amir's tablet. The shaft twisted, walls glinting quartz veins. Gold flecks then opened into the void, a chamber, vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, floor littered with shards. The hum returned, sharper, and the drone's light caught shapes tall, silent, their forms shimmering like heat off sand, helms crowned with cobras, eyes glowing amber. They turned, hands outstretched, slow and deliberate. Zara, Amir yelped, the feed fritzing. The hum roared words, ancient, urgent, gird, rise, judge. The figures moved, the chamber shaking, and a voice rasped through the stone, not theirs, but the pyramids. You seek the hidden. Enter, or it claims you. The drone sparked, crashing, and the void's glow bled into the shaft, the pyramid trembling awake. The amber glow bled brighter from the shaft, spilling into the grand gallery as the hum surged into a deafening roar, shaking dust from the limestone walls. Zahra Hassan clutched the edge of the breach, her scar tingling under the heat of the pry bar still gripped in her hand, the pyramid's voice reverberating in her skull. Enter, or it claims you. The ancient words, guard, rise, judge, pulsed through the recorder dangling from her belt, its red light flickering as if caught in the same trance. Amir yanked the drone's wrecked controller, his flashlight beam jittering across the shaft's mouth, voice cracking. Zahra, we've gotta go now. Her eyes locked on the glow, the shapes within those cobra-crowned figures, their shimmering forms advancing, hands outstretched like sentinels of a forgotten court. The chamber trembled, shards on its floor glinting gold and quartz, and the hum sharpened Old Egyptian, guttural, a chant she felt in her bones. Ka, Ba, Ankh, soul, spirit, life, words from the pyramid texts, but alive, pulling at her. It's not just a void, she rasped, steadying herself against the stone. It's a gate. Gate to what? Amir hissed, grabbing her arm, stun gun raised at the shaft. The figures loomed closer on the fritzing tablet feed, their amber eyes piercing the dark, and the air burned hot, dry, spiced with myrrh and ash. A shadow lunged, its hand brushing the drone's wreckage, and the screen died, static screaming. The gallery quaked, stones grinding, and Zahra's vision blurred flashes slamming into her. Khufu's priests sealing a vault, a sarcophagus glowing, a falcon-headed figure chanting under a starlit sky. Zahra. Amir yanked her back as the shaft's glow flared, tendrils of light snaking out, coiling toward them. She stumbled, torch clattering, and shouted, Ka, Ba, Ankh! A reflex, the words spilling from her lips like a key turning a lock. The figures froze, their helms tilting, the hum softening a ripple, almost a question. You speak. You seek. Guard. The light recoiled, the chamber's glow dimming, and the shapes stepped back, their hands lowering, though their eyes stayed fixed on her. Amir dragged her down the gallery, panting, What you do? They stopped. I spoke, Zahra said, chest heaving, glancing back the shaft's mouth dark now, but the hum lingered, a whisper threading the stone. They listened. Her mind raced. Ka Ba Anka, a fragment of the old tongue, a command or a plea. Had Khufu's builders locked something here, a spirit or a judgment, beyond the known chambers? Selim's words gnawed at her. You stirred it. The void wasn't empty, it was waiting. Footsteps echoed below. Zahra spun, Amir's stun gun snapping up, as Selim emerged from the shadows, no fedora. Now, his linen suit streaked with dust, a glint of obsidian in his hand matching the chamber's shards. He clapped slowly, a smirk curling his lips. Quick learner, Hassan. I didn't expect you to find the voice so fast. He stepped closer, unbothered by Amir's weapon. That void's one of three. The pyramid's a lock, this opens it. Zahra stood, shielding her pack. Who are you? What's it locking? I'm a keeper, Selim said, eyes narrowing. Like those before me. Khufu didn't just build a tomb, he bound something. Sealed it under Giza with these. He nodded at the shaft. You've cracked one. Two wait and they're waking now. Amir edged forward, stun gun low. Back off, keeper. She's not giving you squat. Selim chuckled, stepping back. She will, when the sands call. Check your north. He vanished down the gallery, his footsteps fading, and Zahra's phone buzzed. Amir's tablet. Still live, flickered on its own. The screen showed a map, Giza's plateau, a point pulsing at the king's chamber, a second flaring near the Sphinx. The Sphinx, Zahra whispered, the riddle clicking Khufu's reign, the unseen depths. She grabbed her recorder, voice steady despite the quake in her gut. February 27, 2025, 01:39. Grand Gallery breach. Voids Alive spoke to it. Figures came, retreated. Selim says it's one of three, a lock. King's Chamber and Sphinx next. Amir zipped his pack, eyeing the shaft. We need backup authorities, UNESCO, someone. This is insane. No, Zara said, stashing the pry bar. It's wait a silent promise. We go to the king's chamber. If he's right, we stop it there or it stops us. The walkie crackled static, then a hum, faint but growing. Voices threaded through. Care, guard, rise, not hers, not Selim's, but many, echoing from the deep. Dawn broke over Giza, pink and fierce, the pyramid looming silent. Zara and Amir slipped out, the shaft sealed behind a shifted stone, the hum a shadow in her ears. She glanced back. Selim's silhouette stood atop a dune, watching, a second figure beside him, cloaked and still. Her knuckles ached, a faint glow under the scar pulsing amber. The jeep roared north, the plateau waking, but Zara felt it, the pyramid's pulse, stirring. The void wasn't just a chamber, it was a call, a seal, and she'd answered. Whatever waited in the king's chamber, under the Sphinx, it was rising, and she'd face it, or fall beneath it. Story 14. The Tunguska event. Frost glittered on the tiger as Nikolai Volkov trudged through the snow, his breath clouding in the Siberian dawn. It was February 26, 2025, just past sunrise, and the Krasnoyarsk Krai stretched vast and silent, pines bowing under ice. Nikolai, a 40-year-old Russian geologist with a grizzled beard and a limp from a caving mishap, had come to Tunguska, where, on June 30, 1908, something detonated with the force of 15 megatons, leveling 80 million trees across 800 square miles. No crater, no fragments, just scorched earth and questions. Meteor? Comet? Something wilder? Nikolai aimed to find out. His pack clinked seismometer, camera, a radiation counter tools he'd hauled from Tomsk University, where his peers scoffed at his Tunguska fixation. He adjusted his ushanka, the wind biting his ears, and stopped at the epicenter, ground zero, a boggy hollow ringed by stumps, relics of that fiery morning. February 26, 2025, 06:22, he said into his recorder. Tunguska site, 60 yen, 101 bird. Testing a hunch, residual traces, maybe seismic echoes. Eyewitnesses in '08 spoke of a pillar of fire, a shockwave that knocked men flat 40 miles away. Science pinned it on an airburst, but Nikolai felt the forest held more. His phone buzzed. Ilya, his grad student, texting from base camp, found a 1909 report Evenki Hunter saw blue lights post-blast. Hoax or hint? Nikolai grinned, typing back, lights fit my theory. Keep digging. Ilya doubted his obsession, radiation spikes, weird magnetism, but Nikolai trusted the land's memory. He fired up the seismometer, its needle twitching as he swept the bog. The counter clicked low, but steady, higher than background. Something's here, he muttered, kneeling to core a sample. The mud was dark, flecked with iridescent shards, not meteorite, not ash, too smooth. His torch caught a glint, a slab, half buried, its surface etched with lines, spiraling inward like a fingerprint. His pulse kicked. He dug it free, a foot long, heavy as iron, and the air thickened, cold, electric, a hum rising from the earth. A twig snapped. Nikolai spun, torch slashing the trees, to face a man at the bog's edge, tall, lean, his parka patched, eyes glinting under a fur cap. Volkov, he said, voice rough as permafrost. You've found it. Nikolai stood, clutching the slab. Who are you? This is my survey. Name's Grigory, he said, stepping closer. His gloves were worn, but his stance was sure. That's not yours to take. It's theirs. He nodded at the slab, a shadow crossing his face. Nikolai's grip tightened. It's evidence, history. Back off, I'm not looting. His hand brushed his walkie, but Grigory's stare stopped him deep, weathered, like he'd seen the blast himself. You'll feel it soon, he said, Before Nikolai could retort, the hum surged, not wind, not machinery, but a pulse, thrumming from the slab. It vibrated, the glyphs glowing faint blue, and a sound wormed into his skull, layered, guttural, like a chant in old Evenki he almost grasped. His vision swam, the tiger tilting, and flashes hit, a fireball splitting the sky, men in furs fleeing, a shape plunging into the bog. He stumbled, the slab slipping. Grigori lunged, but Ilya's shout cut through Nikolai, and he roared up on a snowmobile, dust flying, a rifle slung low. Grigori dodged, vanishing into the pines, his laugh echoing. "You've roused it, Volkov. Good luck." Ilya skidded to a stop, panting. "You okay? Who was that?" Nikolai shook his head, the hum fading but his heart racing. Grigori knows this thing. He held up the slab, its glow dimming. It's no meteor chunk. It's alive. He flipped it a crack on the back, a glint of crystal inside, etched with more glyphs, spiraling deeper. Day broke cold, the forest a grey shroud. Back at their tent, Ilya pored over photos while Nikolai tested the slab, his recorder rolling. February 26, 2025, Tunguska epicenter. New fine slab, glyphic. It reacted, hummed, glowed. Grigori's warning. He paused, those flashes gnawing at him. Evenki tales danced in his mind, sky spirits. A stone that fell, was this their mark? The ground shook a crack, sharp, like ice splitting. Nikolai grabbed the slab, rushing out. The bog glowed faint, bluish, veins pulsing under the snow. Shapes emerged from the trees, tall, silent, their forms shimmering like auroras, heads horned, eyes glinting silver. They moved toward him, hands outstretched, slow and deliberate. "Grigori's friends," Ilya whispered, gripping the rifle, but Nikolai's gaze locked on the slab, its hum a chorus, now words, ancient, urgent, seal, wake, pay. The figures stopped, heads tilting, and a voice rasped through the wind, not theirs, but the forest's. "You touch the fallen. Answer, or it answers for you." The glow flared, the tiger quaked, and Nikolai knew this wasn't just a blast's relic. It was a lock, and he'd turned the key. The bluish glow pulsed brighter, threading through the snow-crusted bog like veins in a living beast as the horned figures advanced, their silver eyes slicing the dawn with an eerie calm. Nikolai Volkov clutched the glyph-etched slab, its hum vibrating through his gloves, a rising chorus of ancient voices. Seal, wake, pay. The forest's rasp echoed in his skull. Answer, or it answers for you. And his limp ached, a phantom twinge from the cave collapse that felt tied to this frozen ground. Ilya stood beside him, rifle raised, his breath fogging fast in the Siberian chill, voice tight. "Nikolai, we're boxed in, what now?" His geologist's mind scrambled, the slab's weight grounding him as the figures closed. 10, 12 now, their aurora-like forms shimmering, hands outstretched like they'd claim his bones for the tiger. The hum sharpened, words he didn't know but felt Evenki, primal slamming into him, tongue, ka, ulu. He gasped, staggering back, the glyphs flaring blue under his fingers. "Ilya, it's talking, I feel it." His brain clawed for meaning. Tongue could be sky, keka, fire, ulu stone, but the chant was alive, tugging at his marrow. "Talk back." Ilya barked, firing a warning shot over the nearest figure's head. The bullet whizzed through, mist spilling from its form, but it reformed, its silver eyes unblinking. The ground quaked, the bog rippling, and the glow surged, cracks splitting the ice, light seeping up like sap from a wound. Nikolai's head spun, flashes hitting, a fireball tearing the sky, Evenki hunters fleeing. A slab plunged into the earth as the blast roared. He steadied himself, shouting into the wind, "Tankaulu!" The figures halted, their horned heads tilting as one. The hum softened a ripple, almost a query. "You speak." You touch. Seal. The slab pulsed, its glow dimming, and the figures stepped back, their hands lowering, though their eyes stayed locked on him. The ground stilled, the cracks sealing, and the forest's voice rasped once more, "Guard, or it takes." The slab went cold, its weight settling, and the figures shimmered, sinking into the snow, leaving only the wind and the distant creak of pines. Nikolai sank to one knee, panting. The slab clutched tight. Ilya lowered the rifle, wiping frost from his face. "What the hell was that? You just sang it off?" "I spoke," Nikolai said, voice hoarse, staring at the slab. It listened. His mind churned. Tung Ka Ulu, a shard of the lost tongue, a command or a plea. Had the Evenki sealed something here? A remnant of that 1908 skyfall with this stone? Grigori's warning echoed. "You've roused it." The cracks in the bog glowed faintly still, a thread stretching north toward the stony Tunguska River, where the blast's scars ran deepest. Footsteps crunched behind. Nikolai spun, Ilya snapping the rifle up as Grigori emerged from the tree's no-cap. Now, his patched parka streaked with mud, a glint of crystal in his hand matching the slab's core. He clapped slowly, a smirk curling his lips. "Good ear, Volkov. Didn't think you'd catch it so quick." He stepped closer, unbothered by Ilya's aim. "That's one of three. The blast was a lock, this breaks it." Nikolai stood, shielding the slab. "Who are you?" "What's it breaking?" "I'm a watcher," Grigori said, eyes narrowing. "Like my kin before. The sky didn't just fall at Tik aim. They bound it under Tunguska with these." He nodded at the slab. "You've loosed one piece. Two wait, and they're stirring now." Ilya edged forward, rifle steady. "Back off, watcher." "He's not handing it over," Grigori chuckled, stepping back. "He will, when the river calls. Check your north." He melted into the pines, his footsteps fading, and Nikolai's phone buzzed. Ilya's tent laptop, still live, flickered on its own. The screen showed a map, Tunguska's expanse, a point pulsing at the stony Tunguska, a second flaring near Lake Cheko. "Cheko," Nikolai whispered, the lake's name clicking. Some said it hid the blast's impact, others a fragment's grave. He grabbed his recorder, voice steady despite the tremor in his gut. February 27, 2025, 0703. Tunguska Bog. Slabs alive spoke to it. Figures came, retreated. Grigori says it's one of three a lock. Stony Tunguska and Cheko next. Ilya packed the rifle, eyeing the bog. "We need backup, Roscosmos. Military. Someone. This is mad." "No," Nikolai said, stashing the slab. Its crystal glint a silent vow. "We go to the river. If he's right, we stop it there or it stops us." The radio crackled static, then a hum, faint but growing. Voices threaded through, tongue, guard, rise. Not his, not Grigori's, but many, echoing from the deep. Dawn stretched over the taiga, pale and fierce, the forest still but watchful. Nikolai and Ilya fired up the snowmobile, the slab secured in his pack. The trail north wound through broken pines, the hum a shadow in his ears. He glanced back. Grigori's silhouette stood atop a ridge, watching. A second figure beside him, cloaked and still. The slab twitched, a single glyph glowing, a spiral sharp as a star. The snowmobile roared on, the bog fading, but Nikolai felt at the tiger's pulse, waking. The Tunguska blast wasn't just an event, it was a seal, a call, and he'd answered. Whatever waited at the river, at Cheko, it was rising, and he'd face it, or fall beneath it. Story 15. The Crimson Tablet of Mohenjo-Daro. The sun hung low over the Sindh plains, painting the dusty horizon a fiery orange as Tara Malik crouched in the trench, brushing dirt off a shard of baked clay. Sweat stung her eyes, but she barely noticed. 4 years decoding the cryptic swirls of the Indus script, mocked by her peers at Lahore University as a fool's errand, had led her here, to the crumbling edges, of Mohenjo-Daro. The ancient city sprawled around her, its brick bones whispering secrets of a civilization drowned in time. She'd always felt it. This place wasn't just dead, it was waiting. Her trowel clinked against something solid. Tara froze, heart thumping like a monsoon drum. She scraped away the soil, revealing a slab of clay the size of a dinner plate. Its surface stained a deep, unsettling crimson. Not the usual rust brown of oxidized earth, this was vivid, like blood that refused to dry. Etched into it were rows of Indus symbols, sharper and more intricate than anything she'd seen in the museum archives. Her fingers trembled as she traced a looping glyph that looked like a river curling into a star. "This can't be real," she muttered, though her gut screamed otherwise. "Tara!" The shout jolted her. She glanced up to see Vikram, her wiry assistant, scrambling down the trench ladder, his round glasses fogged with dust. "You've got to see this Rao's on the warpath again. Dr. Sanjay Rao, the site director, had been riding her hard since she defied his orders to stick to the northern quadrant. He called her theories about a hidden priest king's vault, a fantasy born of too much coffee and not enough evidence. "Let him come," Tara said, cradling the tablet. "This changes everything." She hoisted herself out of the trench, the crimson slab tucked under her arm, and marched toward the camp. The air buzzed with the hum of cicadas and the faint tang of diesel from the generator. Workers milled about, hauling buckets of earth, while the ruins loomed in the distance, silent sentinels of a world lost to history. Rao intercepted her near the sorting tent, his bald head glistening with sweat. "Malik, what now? Another wild goose chase?" His voice dripped with disdain, but his eyes widened when he glimpsed the tablet. "Where did you?" "Grid 17C," she cut in. "It's not just pottery, Sanjay. Look at the script. It's denser, more deliberate. I think it's a record, maybe even a prophecy." She'd spent years piecing together fragments of Indus lore, chasing whispers of a great reckoning tied to the stars. Most scholars dismissed it as myth, but this tablet felt like proof in her hands. Rao snorted. "Prophecy? You sound like one of those crackpot bloggers. Give it here." He reached for it, but Tara stepped back, clutching it tighter. Something about the tablet, its weight, its color felt alive, like it was watching her. Rao's face darkened. "This isn't your personal sandbox, Malik. Hand it over, or I'll have you off this dig faster than you can Saint-Ignore." Before she could retort, a shadow fell over them. A man stepped into view, tall and lean, his linen suit pristine despite the heat. His gray eyes glinted like polished steel under a wide-brimmed hat. "Dr. Rao, Dr. Malik," he said, his voice smooth as river silt. "I hope I'm not interrupting." He extended a hand. "Lucien Voss, independent researcher. I've been following your work, Tara. Fascinating stuff." Tara hesitated, then shook his hand. His grip was firm, too firm, and a chill crawled up her spine despite the sweltering air. "Thanks, but I don't know you. What's your interest here?" Voss smiled, thin and sharp. "The Indus Valley has secrets the world isn't ready for. That tablet, for instance." He nodded at it, and Tara instinctively shifted it behind her back. "I'd love to examine it. Privately, of course." Rao bristled. "This is a sanctioned excavation, Voss. No freelancers poaching finds." "Oh, I'm no poacher," Voss said, his smile unwavering. "Just a seeker of truth. You'll find my credentials, check out." He tipped his hat and strolled off, leaving Tara with the distinct feeling she'd just met a snake in human skin. That night, under the flickering light of a kerosene lamp, Tara pored over the tablet in her tent. Vikram sat cross-legged beside her, scribbling notes as she translated aloud. "This symbol, it's river-crossed whiskey. And this one, it's fire but inverted, like it's falling. The syntax is odd, almost poetic." She squinted at a cluster of glyphs near the edge. "Wait, when the red star bleeds, the earth will turn anew. That's not a record, it's a warning." Vikram paled. A red star? Like an astronomical event? Maybe, Tara said, her mind racing. The Indus people were master engineers, urban planners who'd built drainage systems Rome would have envied. But their astronomy? Spotty at best, based on what little survived. Yet this tablet felt precise, urgent. She flipped through her worn copy of the Rig Veda, the ancient Vedic hymns composed centuries after Mohenjo-Daro's fall. A line nagged at her. The fire of the sky will cleanse the unworthy. Coincidence? Or a thread connecting the lost city to the myths that followed? A low rumble shook the tent, spilling her books onto the dirt floor. Vikram yelped as the lamp flickered. Tara grabbed the tablet and bolted outside. The camp was chaos, workers shouting, lanterns swinging wildly. In the distance, the ruins glowed faintly, a sickly red haze pulsing from the trench where she'd found the slab. Her stomach dropped. That's not natural. Before she could move, a figure emerged from the shadows, Voss, flanked by two men in dark robes, their faces obscured. "Dr. Malik," he called, his tone icy. "That tablet doesn't belong to you, or anyone living." He stepped closer, and the air thickened, heavy with the scent of ash and something older, fouler. "It's a key, and you've just turned it." Tara clutched the slab, backing toward the tent. "Stay back. I don't know what you're after, but this is going to the university, not some lunatic collector." Voss laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "The university? You think this is about tenure?" That tablet woke something, Tara. Something that's been sleeping under this dust for millennia. He gestured to the ruins, where the red glow intensified, curling upward like smoke. "Hand it over, and you might live to see what comes next." Vikram tugged her arm. "Tara, we need to go now." But her feet wouldn't move. The glow wasn't just light, it was forming shapes. Faint outlines of figures with elongated limbs and hollow eyes, drifting above the trenches. Her breath hitched. She'd read the myths, the Asuras, demonic spirits banished to the underworld in Vedic tales. Had the Indus priests known them too? Sealed them here? A scream tore through the camp. One of the workers stumbled from the ruins, clawing at his face as if trying to peel off his skin. He collapsed, convulsing, and the air around him shimmered with that same red haze. Tara's grip tightened on the tablet. "What the hell did I find?" Voss advanced, his goons fanning out. "Last chance, Tara. Give it to me, or they take it." The robed figures moved unnaturally fast, their hands outstretched, fingers curling like talons. Panic surged through her, but so did defiance. She'd spent her life chasing this mystery. She wasn't about to let it go. "Vikram, run!" she yelled, bolting toward the jeep parked at the camp's edge. He stumbled after her, panting as they dove inside. She slammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life just as one of Voss's men lunged at the hood. The jeep lurched forward, tires spitting gravel, and Tara floored it into the night, the tablet bouncing on the seat beside her. The rearview mirror showed Voss, standing still, watching her go, his smile wider than ever. Behind him, the red glow swelled, and the shapes in the air grew sharper horned heads, clawed hands, eyes like dying coals. Tara's pulse hammered. She didn't know where she was driving, only that she had to get the tablet away from here, away from him. Hours later, dawn broke over the Indus River, its waters glinting gold. Tara pulled the jeep onto a rocky bluff, her hands shaking as she lifted the tablet. Vikram slumped beside her, exhausted. "What now?" he croaked. "What heist that thing?" She stared at the crimson surface, the glyphs seeming to shift under her gaze. "It's not just a prophecy," she whispered. "It's a summons, and I think I just answered it." The river stretched below, serene and ancient, but in the distance, a faint red streak marred the sky, a star, bleeding against the morning light. The faint red streak pulsed against the dawn sky, a wound bleeding over the Indus River, as Tara Malik gripped the crimson tablet, its glyphs shimmering under her trembling fingers. The jeep's engine ticked in the silence, parked on the rocky bluff, the cinned plains sprawling below like a cracked tapestry. Vikram slumped beside her, his glasses fogged with sweat and fear, his voice a rasp. "Tara, what do we do? That thing, it's alive, isn't it?" The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of dust and something fouler ash and decay, a whisper from the ruins they'd fled. Tara's scar ached, a jagged line up her arm that felt tied to the tablet's pulse. "It's more than alive," she said, eyes locked on the glyph's river curling into star, fire falling, a summons she'd unwittingly answered. The red star in the sky wasn't just a celestial quirk, it matched the tablet's warning. When the red star bleeds, the earth will turn anew. Her anthropologist's mind raced Indus astronomy, buried in myth, hinted at cataclysms tied to the heavens. Had Mohenjo-Daro's priests known, sealed something beneath their city? Voss's words gnawed at her. "You've turned it." A low hum rose, not the jeep, not the wind, but the tablet, vibrating in her hands. The glyphs flared, crimson light seeping from them, and the hum sharpened words she didn't know but felt, primal and urgent. "Keshar, Dana, Avak." She gasped, the tablet tugging at her grip, and her vision blurred, flashes slamming in. A city aflame, priests in horned masks chanting, a red star blazing as the ground split. "Vikram, it's talking," she shouted, clutching it tighter. "Talking?" He scrambled upright, peering at the sky. "That star, it's brighter." "Tara, we need to." His words choked off as the bluff trembled, pebbles skittering, and the river below rippled unnaturally, waves curling against the current. The hum surged. A chorus now. Kashar, Dana, Avaka, and Tara's scar burned, her blood answering the call. "Salt, gift, awaken," she muttered, piecing it from scraps of Sanskrit and Dravidian roots. "It's a ritual." Headlights slashed the dawn, two black SUVs roaring up the bluff, dust billowing. Tara's stomach dropped. Voss stepped from the lead vehicle, his linen suit crisp despite the chaos, flanked by his robed goons, their hoods down now, faces too smooth, eyes glinting like coal under the red sky. "Dr. Malik," he called, voice cutting the hum. "You can't outrun it. That tablet's not yours to keep." She stood, tablet pressed to her chest, the jeep's door a shield. "Stay back, Voss. I don't know what you are, but this isn't leaving my hands." Vikram grabbed a tire iron from the floorboard, his knuckles white, but Voss laughed that glass shatter sound, advancing with a predator's grace. "You've sung its song, Tara," he said, gesturing to the star. "The Red Reckoning's begun. That tablet's a key one of three. Mohenjo-Daro didn't fall by chance, they sealed it, and you've cracked the lock." His goons fanned out, their movements jerking, unnatural, and the air thickened, ash and rot choking her lungs. The river churned harder, a red haze rising from its banks, and shapes formed within tall, horned, their clawed hands reaching as they had at the ruins. Tara's pulse hammered. "Vikram, start the jeep." He dove for the keys, the engine coughing as she faced Voss. "Sealed what? The Assurers? Some myth you've twisted?" "Not myth," Voss said, eyes glinting. "Truth. The Indus priests bound them sky-born, earth-hungry. You've called one piece, two more wait." He lunged, faster than human, and Tara swung the tire iron she'd snatched, cracking his wrist. He hissed, recoiling, but his goons surged, talons slashing air, their robes fraying to reveal skin like cracked clay. The jeep roared to life, Vikram yelling, "Tara, now!" She dove in, slamming the doors, a claw raked the hood, sparks flying. Vikram floored it, tires spinning, and the jeep lurched off the bluff, Voss's laugh chasing them. The red haze thickened, the shapes solidifying, horned heads, coal eyes, a chorus of their own joining the tablet's hum. Tara clutched it, the glyphs searing her palms, and shouted, "Kashar Dana Avak!" a desperate echo of its chant. The figures froze, their claws hovering, heads tilting as the hum shifted. You speak, you hold, guard. The haze recoiled, the shape sinking into the river, and the star dimmed, its bleed slowing. Voss stood on the bluff, his goons retreating, his voice a whisper on the wind. Not enough, Tara. It's awake. The jeep barreled south, the Sind plains blurring, but the tablet pulsed cold now, a weight promising more. Hours later, they hit a dusty road near Larkana, the sun high and harsh. Tara pulled over, the tablet on her lap, its crimson surface still. Vikram panted, tire iron clutched like a lifeline. What now? We can't just keep that thing. She lifted it, the glyphs steady but alive. It's not over, she said, recorder snapping on. February 27, 2025, 09:14. Indus Bluff. Tablets a key, spoke to it. Stop them. Voss says it's one of 3. Red Star's real. She flipped through her Rigveda, landing on a hymn, fire from the sky, the earth remade. Her phone buzzed Rao, demanding her return, but she silenced it. The star pulsed faintly overhead, a scar in the blue. Headlights glinted a truck, beat up, pulling off the road. Tara tensed Voss's hat in the window, but the driver's face was shadowed, too still. He's back, she muttered, gripping the tablet. Vikram started the jeep, but the hum flared soft, insistent. Ejard, more, guard. The river stretched west, its banks shimmering red, and Tara knew the reckoning wasn't done, and neither was she.